From the cockpit of a small white sloop, she was 35 feet long, the waves looked like hills coming up from behind, and most of the crew preferred not to glance at them. There were no other boats in sight, but off to the south for a while they could see the reassuring outlines of the coast. Then it got dark. Running under shortened sails in front of the northeaster, the boat rocked one way, gave a thump, and then it rolled the other. The pots and pans in the galley clanged. A six-pack of beer, which someone had forgotten to stow away, slid back and forth across the cabin floor, over and over again. Sometime late that night, one of the crew raised a voice against the wind and asked, "What are we trying to prove?" All of them were adults. The owner and captain was a lawyer in his 60s. There were a psychologist and a physician and a professor, all of them in their late 30s, and also a man named Tom West. West was rather mysterious, being the merest acquaintance to one of them and a stranger to the others. They were bound for New York from Portland, Maine, on yachtsman's business, which is to say, primarily for sport. And when they had set sail in sheltered Casco Bay earlier that evening, decked out bravely in slickers and sou'westers, all of them had felt at least a little bit romantic. But when they cleared the lee of the land and entered the seaway, and the boat suddenly began to lurch, they grabbed the nearest sturdy things and thought about their suppers, which by the time it got dark, several of them had lost. Most of the crew now fell into that half-autistic state that the monotony of storms at sea occasionally induces. You find a place to sit and getting a good hold of it, you try not to move again. The boat rolls this way and you flex the muscles around your stomach, then relax, she rolls that way and you flex again. Just staying in one place is exercise. For a while your mind may rebel, "Why did you come, idiot? You don't have to be out here." You may feel remorse for having cursed some part of life on land. After a time, though, phrases start falling from your memory, snatches of song or prayer or nursery rhymes, and you repeat them silently. A little shot of spray in the face, however, or an especially loud and dangerous-sounding thump from the hull, usually breaks the trance and puts you back at sea again. You feel like a lonely child. The ocean doesn't care about you. It makes your boat feel tiny. The oceans are great promoters of religion, or at least of humility, but not in everyone. In the glow of the running lights, most of the crew looked like refugees, huddled, wearing blank faces. Among them, Tom West appeared as a thin figure under a watch cap, in nearly constant motion. High spirits had apparently possessed him from the moment they set sail, and the longer they were out in the storm, the heavier the weather got, the livelier he grew. You could see him grinning in the dark. West did all that the captain asked, so cheerfully, unquestioningly and fast, that one might have thought the ghost of an old-fashioned virtuous seaman had joined them. Only West never confessed to a queasy stomach. When one of the others asked him if he felt seasick too, he replied, in a completely serious voice, that he would not let himself. A little later, he made his way down to the cabin, moving like a veteran conductor in a rocking, rolling railroad car, and got himself a beer. West was at the helm, the tiller in both hands, riding the waves. He was standing under a swaying lantern in the cabin studying the chart. He was nimbly climbing out onto the foredeck to wrestle in a jib and replace it with a smaller one. And when the captain decided to make for shelter, very late that night, at a little harbor with a passage into it that was twisty, narrow and full of tide, it was West, standing up in the bow, who spotted each unlighted channel marker and guided them safely in. By dawn, the wind had moderated slightly and everyone felt better. They went out and raised their spinnaker. West gazed up at the large billowing sail and said, "The spinnaker looks like a win." He said, "Hey, we're haulin' ass." There was something faintly ridiculous about his exclamations, but also something childlike that made his companions smile. He was grinning most of the day, a cockeyed little smile that collected in one corner of his mouth. When the captain remarked worriedly that his boat had never gone so fast before, West laughed. He made the sound mostly in his throat. It was a low and even noise. Odd in itself and oddly provoked, the kind of laughter that ghost stories inspire. It seemed to say, "Here's something that's not ordinary." A snapshot taken of the cockpit in the afternoon shows West sitting in the stern. The dark shadow of a day's growth of beard reveals that he passed adolescence some years ago, though just how many would be impossible to say. In fact, he is just 40. He wears glasses with flesh-colored rims, and a heavy gray sweater that must have given him long faithful service hangs loosely on his frame. He looks as if he must smell of wool. He looks thin, with a long narrow face that on a woman would be called horsey. A mane of brown hair, swept back behind his ears, reaches almost to his collar. His face is lifted, his lips pursed. He appears to be the person in command. One of the crew would remember being alone with him on watch one night. They were sailing under clear skies with a gentle breeze. Suddenly, at the slackening of the tide, the wind fell away, some clouds rolled in, and then just as suddenly, when the tide began to run, the sky cleared up and the breeze returned. In a low and throaty voice, West made exclamations. "Did you see that?" He made his low and spooky laugh. His companion was about to say, "Well, I've seen this happen before." The tone of West's voice prevented him, however. He thought it would be rude to describe this event as ordinary. Besides, West was right, wasn't he? It was strange and wonderful the way the pieces of the weather sometimes played in concert. At any rate, it was fun to think that they had just encountered a natural mystery, and, somewhat surprised at himself, West's companion suggested that events like that made superstitions seem respectable. West gave his low laugh, apparently signifying agreement. The psychologist, meanwhile, was waiting for West to go to sleep. He had not done so for more than a few hours altogether. By the third day, when they were sailing in sunshine with a gentle breeze, the psychologist expected to see signs of exhaustion appear in West. Instead, West put on his bathing suit and took a long vigorous swim beside the boat. Back at a restaurant near Portland before they'd gone out into the storm, while they'd been sharing the meal that most of them soon regretted, West had told them, "I build computers." Although he spoke at some length about certain extraordinary-sounding, new computing systems, the others came away uncertain about what role, if any, he had played in their construction. They felt only that whatever he did for a living, it was probably interesting and obviously important. One time while West was manning the tiller, the psychologist asked him how he had learned to sail. West didn't answer. A little later on, thinking he hadn't heard the question, the psychologist inquired again. "You already asked me that," West snapped. After a moment's silence, he wet his lips and explained that he had taught himself mostly, as a boy. On another occasion, just to make conversation, one of the crew asked West what sort of computer he was building now. West made a face and looked away, and muttered something about how that was work and this was his vacation and he would rather not think about that. The people who shared the journey remembered West. The following winter, describing the nasty northeaster over dinner, the captain remarked, "That fellow West is a good man in a storm." The psychologist did not see West again, but remained curious about him. He didn't sleep for 4 nights. 4 whole nights. And if that trip had been his idea of a vacation, where, the psychologist wanted to know, did he work? How to make a lot of money for a time after the first pieces of Route 495 were laid down across central Massachusetts. In the middle 1960s, the main hazard to drivers was deer. About 15 years later, although traffic went by in processions, stretches of the highway's banks still looked lonesome. Driving down 495, you passed some modern buildings, but they quickly disappeared and then for a while there would be little to see except the odd farmhouse and acres of trees. The highway traverses some of the ghost country of rural Massachusetts. Like Troy, this region contains evidence of successive sackings. In the pine and hardwood forests, which now comprise 2/3 of the state, many cellar holes and overgrown stone walls that farmers left behind when they went west. Riverside textile mills, still the largest buildings in many little towns, but their windows broken now, their machinery crumbling to rust and the business gone to Asia and down south. However, on many of the roads that lead back behind the highway's scenery stand not woods and relics, but brand new neighborhoods, apartment houses, and shopping centers. The roads around them fill up with cars before 9 and after 5. They are going to and from commercial buildings that wear on their doors and walls descriptions of new enterprise. Digital Equipment, Data General, they're on the edge of the woods. Those names seemed like prophecies to me, before I realized that the new order they implied had arrived already. A few miles north of the junction of Route 495 and the Massachusetts Turnpike, off an access road, sits a two-story brick building, surrounded by parking lots. A sign warns against leaving a car there without authority. The building itself looks like a fort. It has narrow windows, an American flag on a pole out front, a dish antenna on a latticed tower. Mounted on several corners of the roofs, and slowly turning, are little TV cameras. This is Building 14A-B. 14B was fastened seamlessly to 14A. Some employees call the place Webo, but most refer to it as Westboro, after the name of the town inside whose borders the building happens to exist. Westboro is worldwide headquarters of the Data General Corporation. Driving up to the building one day with one of the company's public relations men, I asked, "Who was the architect?" "We didn't have one," cried the beaming press agent. "Company engineers helped to design Westboro, and they made it functional and cheap." One contractor who did some work for Data General was quoted in Fortune as saying, "What they call tough auditing, we call thievery." However, they accomplished it. Westboro cost only about $19 a square foot at a time when the average commercial building in Massachusetts was going for something like $34 a foot. But looks do matter here. The company designed Westboro not just for the sake of thriftiness, but also to make plain to investors and financial analysts that Data General really is a thrifty outfit. "There's no reason in our business to have an ostentatious display," a company analyst for investor relations explained. "In fact, it's detrimental. The TV cameras on the roofs, the first defense against unscrupulous competitors and other sorts of spies and thieves, must comfort those who have a stake in what goes on inside." As for me, I imagined that somewhere in the building men in uniforms were watching me arrive, and I felt discouraged from walking on the grass. The only door that opens for outsiders leads to the front lobby. A receptionist asks you to sign a logbook, which inquires if you are an American citizen, wants your license plate number, and so on. Still, you cannot pass the desk and enter the hallways beyond, not until the employee you want to see comes out and gives you escort. When I inquired, the cheerful young receptionist said that once in a great while some outsider would try to break the rules and try to slip inside. The lobby could belong to a motor inn. It has orange carpeting and some chairs and a sofa upholstered in vinyl, on which salesmen and would-be employees languish, awaiting appointments. Now and then, a visitor will stand and gaze into a plastic case. It contains the bare bones of a story that will feed the dreams of any ambitious businessman. TEFIRST Nova, reads a legend on the case. Inside sits a small computer, about the size of a suitcase, with a cathode ray tube, a thing like a television screen, beside it. A swatch of prose on the back wall, inside the case, explains that this was the first computer that Data General ever sold. But the animal in there isn't stuffed, the computer is functioning, lights on it softly blinking as it produces on the screen beside it a series of graphs, 10 years' worth of annual reports, a précis of Data General Corporation's financial history. Left to their own devices, the engineers who worked in the basement of Building 14A-B could surely have produced a flashier display, but a visitor from Wall Street who had never paid attention to this company before might have felt faint before the thing. The TV screen was blue. The graphs, etched in white, appeared in rotating sequence, and each one bore a name. Cumulative computers shipped since our founding started with 100 in 1969 and went right up to 70,700 in 1979. The image vanished. Net sales appeared to show that revenues had ascended without a hitch from nothing in 1968 to $507. $5 million in 1979. That graph went away and in its place came one describing profit margins. These hardly varied. The profits just rolled in, year after year, along a nearly straight line, at about 20% before taxes of those burgeoning net sales. Someone unaccustomed to reading financial reports might have missed the full import of the numbers on the screen, the glee and madness in them. But anyone could see that they started small and got big fast. Mechanically, monotonously, the computer in the case was telling an old familiar story, the international, materialistic fairy tale come true. The first modern computers arrived in the late 1940s, and although many more or less single-handed contributions fostered the technology, they did so mainly in the shade of a familiar association in America among the military, universities and corporations. On the commercial side, IBM quickly established worldwide hegemony. It brought to computers the world's best sales force, all dressed in white shirts and blue suits. For some years the computer industry consisted almost exclusively of IBM and several smaller companies, IBM and the Seven Dwarfs, business writers liked to say. Then in the 1960s IBM produced a family of new computers, called the 360 line. It was a daring corporate undertaking. "We're betting the company," one IBM executive remarked. Indeed, the project cost somewhat more than the development of the atom bomb, but it paid off handsomely. It guaranteed for a long time to come IBM's continued preeminence in the making of computers for profit. Meanwhile, though, new parts of the business were growing up, and out from under IBM. In the early days, computers inspired widespread awe and the popular press dubbed them giant brains. In fact, the computer's power resembled that of a bulldozer. It did not harness subtlety, though subtlety went into its design. It did mainly bookkeeping and math by rote procedures, and it did them far more quickly than they had ever been done before. But computers were relatively scarce, and they were large and very expensive. Typically, one big machine served an entire organization. Often it lay behind a plate glass window, people in white gowns attending it, and those who wished to use it did so through intermediaries. Users were like supplicants. The process could be annoying. Scientists and engineers, it seems, were the first to express a desire for a relatively inexpensive computer that they could operate themselves. The result was a machine called a minicomputer. In time, the demand for such a machine turned out to be enormous. Probably IBM could not have controlled this new market, the way it did the one for large computers. As it happened, IBM ignored it, and so the field was left open for aspiring entrepreneurs, often, in this case, young computer engineers who left corporate armies with dreams of building corporate armies of their own. For many years sociologists and others have written of a computer revolution, impending or in progress. Some enthusiasts have declared that the small inexpensive computer inaugurated a new phase of this upheaval, which would make computers instruments of egalitarianism. By the late 70s, practically every organization in America had come to rely upon computers, and ordinary citizens were buying them for their homes. Within some organizations, small bands of professionals had exercised absolute authority over computing, and the proliferation of small computers did weaken their positions. But in the main, computers altered techniques and not intentions, and in many cases served to increase the power of executives on top and to prop up venerable institutions. A more likely place to look for radical change was inside the industry actually producing computers. Generally, that industry grew very big and lively, largely because of a single invention. Shortly after World War II, decades of investigation into the internal workings of the solids yielded a new piece of electronic hardware called a transistor. For its actual invention, 3 scientists at Bell Laboratories won the Nobel Prize. Transistors, a family of devices, alter and control the flow of electricity in circuits. One standard rough analogy compares their action to that of faucets controlling the flow of water in pipes. Other devices then in existence could do the same work, but transistors are superior. They are solid. They have no cogs and wheels, no separate pieces to be soldered together. It is as if they are stones performing useful work. They are durable, take almost no time to start working, and don't consume much power. Moreover, as physicists and engineers discovered, they could be made very small, indeed microscopic, and they could be produced cheaply in large quantities. The second crucial stage in the development of the new electronics came when techniques were developed to hook many transistors together into complicated circuits, into little packets called integrated circuits, or chips. Imagine the wiring diagram of an office building, inscribed on the nail of your little toe. The semiconductor industry, which is named for the class of solids out of which transistors are made, grew up around these devices and began producing chips in huge quantities. Chips made spaceships and pocket calculators possible. They became the basic building blocks of TVs, radios, stereos, watches, and they made computers ubiquitous and varied. They did not eliminate the sizable, expensive computer, they made it possible for the likes of IBM to produce machines of increased speed and capability and still make handsome profits without raising prices much. At the same time, the development of chips fostered an immense and rapid growth of other kinds of computing machines. After mainframes, as the big computers were known, came the cheaper and less powerful minicomputers. Then the semiconductor firms contributed the microprocessor, the central works of a computer executed on a chip. For a while, the three classifications really did describe a company's products and define its markets, but then mainframers and microcomputer companies started making minis and minicomputer companies added micros and things that looked like mainframes to their product lines. Meanwhile, a host of frankly imitative enterprises started making computers and gear for computers that could be plugged right into systems built around the wares of the big successful companies. These outfits went by the names of plug-compatibles, and third-party peripheral manufacturers. Those who lost some business to them called them knockoff companies. Probably they helped maintain competition in prices. Many software houses sprang up to write programs that would make all those computers actually do work. Many customers, such as the Department of Defense, wanted to buy complete systems, all put together and ready to run with the turn of a key, hence the rise of companies known as original equipment manufacturers, or OEMs. They'd buy gear from various companies and put it together in packages. Some firms made computer systems for hospitals, some specialized in graphics, computers that draw pictures, and others worked on making robots. It became apparent that communications and computing served each other so intimately that they might actually become the same thing. IBM bought a share in a satellite, and that other nation-state, AT&T, the phone company, started making machines that looked suspiciously like computers. Conglomerates, of which Exxon was only the largest, seemed determined to buy up every small computer firm they could. As for those who observed the activity, they constituted an industry in themselves. Trade publications flourished, they bore names such as Datamation, Electronic News, Byte, Computermania. IBM, one executive of a mainframe company once said, represented not competition but the environment, and on Wall Street and elsewhere some people made a business solely out of attempting to predict what the environment would do next. I once asked a press agent for a computer company what was the reason for all this enthusiasm. He held a hand before my face and rubbed his thumb across his fingers. Money, he whispered solemnly. There's so goddamn much money to be made. Examples of spectacular success abounded. The industry saw some classic dirty deals and some notable failures, too. RCA and Xerox lost about $1 billion apiece and GE about $500 million making computers. It was a gold rush. IBM set up two main divisions, each one representing the other's main competition. Other companies did not have to invent competitors and did somewhat more of their contending externally. Some did sometimes use illicit tools. Currying favor, seeking big orders for chips, some salesmen of semiconductors, for instance, were known for whispering to one computer maker news about another computer maker's latest unannounced product. Firms fought over patents, marketing practices and employees, and once in a while someone would get caught stealing blueprints or other documents, and for these and other reasons computer companies often went to court. IBM virtually resided there. Everyone sued IBM, it seemed. The biggest suit, the Jarndyce v. Jarndyce of the industry, involved the Justice Department's attempt to break up IBM. Virtually an entire large law firm was created to defend IBM in this case, which by 1980 had run 10 years and had been in continuous trial for several. Data General took its place in this bellicose land of opportunity in 1968, as a mini-computer company. By the end of 1978, this increasingly undescriptive term could in some senses be applied to about 50 companies. Their principal but by no means their only business, the manufacture and sale of small computers, had grown spectacularly, from about $150 million worth of shipments in 1968, to about $3.5 billion worth by 1978, and it would continue to grow, most interested parties believed, at the rate of about 30% a year. By 1978, Data General ranked third in sales of mini-computers and stood among the powers in this segment of the industry. The leader was Digital Equipment Corporation, or DEC, as it is usually called. DEC produced some of the first mini-computers, back in the early 60s. Data General was the son, emphatically the son, of DEC. A chapter of DEC's official history, a technical work that the company published, describes the making of a computer called the PDP-8. DEC sent this machine to market in 1965. It was a hit. It made DEC's first fortune. The PDP-8, says the official history, established the concept of minicomputers, leading the way to a multi-billion-dollar industry. But the book doesn't say that Edson de Castro, then an engineer in his 20s, led the team that designed the PDP-8. The technical history mentions de Castro only once, briefly, and in another context. They expunged de Castro. In 1968, de Castro and two other young engineers seceded from DEC. Several completely different versions of their flight exist and have by now acquired the impenetrable quality of myth. Did they quit because, after long and heartfelt labor on a new design, they found that DEC's management would not build their new machine? DEC's management did turn down a new design of de Castro's, and afterward, along with a man from another company named Herb Richman, de Castro and the two other engineers from Digital incorporated Data General and started building their own minicomputer. But did they design this new machine after they seceded, or had they done that job in secret, using DEC's facilities, while still on DEC's payroll? One version of the story suggested the latter. More than 10 years later, DEC's founder and president would tell reporters from Fortune, what they did was so bad we're still upset about it. But DEC never sued Data General's founders, and clearly there were other reasons why Digital might have become upset. For within a year, de Castro and company had set up shop in DEC's own territory and had started raking in the loot. They rented space in what had been a beauty parlor, in the former mill town of Hudson, Massachusetts. Practically all that remains of that time is a black and white photograph of this first headquarters. In the foreground stand four young men with short hair, wearing white shirts and skinny ties and the sort of plain black shoes that J. Edgar Hoover's men favored. They are engaged in what is obviously meant to look like routine conversation. The linoleum floor, the metal furniture, evoke motor vehicle departments, and the youths in the picture could be members of some junior chamber of commerce, playing capitalists for a day. Not shown in this bemusing picture is the shrewd and somewhat older lawyer from a large New York firm who helped Data General's founders raise their capital and who became a crucial member of their team. What also doesn't show is the fact that some of these young men were already computer engineers of no mean repute. Their age in this case was no impediment, for computer engineers like athletes often blossom early. They started Data General at an auspicious time. In the late 1960s, the period memorialized in John Brooks's The Go-Go Years, venture capital, among other things, abounded, and although they started out with only $800,000, more lay in reserve. They also entered a good territory for fledglings. They could not have dreamed of moving in on IBM's markets without truly vast amounts of capital. But the people who bought mini-computers, engineers, scientists, and, mainly, purchasing agents of OEMs, understood the machines. A new manufacturer could reach them through relatively inexpensive ads in the trade journals, and didn't need to build a service organization right away, since these customers could take care of themselves. These were also the sorts of customers who could be expected to embrace a newcomer. If the price was right, they'd prefer a bargain to a brand name. But around the time when Data General established itself in the beauty parlor, other entrepreneurs were starting up mini-computer companies at the rate of about one every 3 days. Only a few of those other new outfits survived the decade, whereas Data General, before it had exhausted its first and fairly modest dose of capital, achieved and never fell from that state of grace, a positive cash flow. Why? The company's first machine, the Nova, had a simple elegance about it that computer engineers have talked to consider admirable, for its time. It had features that DEC's comparable offering didn't share, and it incorporated the latest, though not fully proven, advances in chips. Data General could build the Nova very cheaply. Such an important advantage can depend, in computers, on small things. In the case of the Nova, the especially large size of the printed circuit boards, the plates on which the chips are laid down, made a crucial difference. For several reasons, large boards tend to reduce the amount of hardware in a computer. Data General used boards much larger than the ones that DEC was using. Speaking of this difference and of other less important ones, one engineer remarked, the Nova was a triumph of packaging. Good machines don't guarantee success, though, as RCA and Xerox and others had discovered. Herb Richman, who had helped to found Data General, said, "We did everything well. Obviously, they did not manage every side of their business better than everyone else, but these young men, all equipped with large egos, as one who was around them at this time remarked, somehow managed to realize that they had to attend with equal care to all sides of their operation, to the selling of their machine as well as to its design, for instance. That may seem an elementary rule for making money in a business, but it is one that is easier to state than to obey." Some notion of how shrewd they could be is perhaps revealed in the fact that they never tried to hoard a majority of the stock, but used it instead as a tool for growth. Many young entrepreneurs, confusing ownership with control, can't bring themselves to do this. When they chose their lawyer, who would deal with the financial community for them, they insisted that he invest some of his own money in their company. "We don't want you running away if we get in trouble. We want you there protecting your own money," Richman remembered saying. Such an arrangement, though not illegal, might raise some eyebrows in some corners of the Bar Association. But the lawyer said, again according to Richman, "That's the first time anyone made an intelligent proposition to me." Richman also remembered that before they entered into negotiations over their second public offering of stock, after the company had been making money for a while and the stock they'd already issued had done very well indeed, their lawyer insisted that each of the founders sell some of their holdings in the company and each take down $1 million. This so that they could negotiate without the dread of losing everything, having to go back to your father's gas station. Richman called that nightmare. As for the name of the theory behind selling enough stock to become millionaires, Richman told me, "I don't know how you put it in the vernacular. We called it the fuck you theory. In the computer business, your market can be your fate." Although by the late 1970s it was hard to define a company's place in the industry by the sorts of machines that it made, certain broad historic distinctions in ways of doing business still divided a large part of the industry into 3 segments. The differences showed up in the nature of a company's expenditures. IBM and other mainframe companies spent more money selling their products and serving their customers than they did in actually building their machines. They sold their computers to people who were actually going to use them, not to middlemen, and this market required good manners. Microcomputer companies sold equipment as if it were corn, in large quantities. They spent most of their money making things and competed not by being polite but by being aggressive. Mini-computer companies split the differences more or less. They sold some machines and service to actual users, but spent most of their money on hardware and did a big business by selling machines in quantity to OEMs. From these distinctions, others hung. A seasoned executive in marketing explained, "With micros it's even more competitive, but historically the world of mini-computers is very rough and tumble. IBM would say, you got a problem, Mr. Customer? A team of 4 will be there in an hour. Implicitly, a data general would say to its customers, you have to look out for yourselves. The sophisticated customer, particularly the OEM who buys a lot of computers and looks for discounts, not service, goes for minis. They're capable of living in a rough and tumble world. And I'm not sure that IBM, with its organization, can compete in the traditional minicomputer market. It's like putting a goldfish in a bowl with a piranha. So you could say that Data General entered a territory that asked for a certain brashness. And you could also say that life in this territory became less decorous than it had been when Data General came along. They set out to get noticed, first of all. In the lobby at Westboro hangs a copy of the first advertisement that Data General ever ran. It consists of just one page. On one side of the page is a grainy photograph of a man's face. This person looks about to do something very mean. On the other side of the ad, he speaks, I'm Ed DeCastro, president of Data General Corporation. 7 months ago we started the richest small computer company in history. This month we're announcing our first product, the best small computer in the world. The message goes on for a while and winds up as follows, because if you're going to make a small inexpensive computer you have to sell a lot of them to make a lot of money. And we intend to make a lot of money. This ad's chief architect, a man named Alan Kluckman, who was the company's first director of marketing, told me with a smile, that ad was independent of any aspect of Mr. DeCastro's personality that I knew about at that time. He's the shyest guy the first know. He's essentially a pretty humble, private guy. The ad achieved a certain local fame. It said what many others presumably were thinking, but what none of them felt they should say publicly. For some years thereafter, most of Data General's advertisements contained something slightly brazen. One of the best-known ads wasn't published. Some people in the company were by then apparently having second thoughts about the firm's image. But a copy of this unpublished ad hangs in DeCastro's office. Over the Data General logo, on a field of white and blue, it reads, they say IBM's entry into minicomputers will legitimize the market. The bastards say, welcome. Before Data General unveiled the Nova in 1969, at the industry's yearly fair, the National Computer Conference, the marketeer Kluckman talked a trade magazine into putting a picture of the Nova on its cover. They rented billboards on the road from the airport to the conference and put a picture of the Nova on them. At the hotel where most of the people attending the conference stayed, they talked the management into having bellboys distribute free copies of the Wall Street Journal with Data General's advertising flyer inside. At the show itself, they raised the placard bearing their company's name higher than any other. When it came to pricing their machine, they announced extraordinary discounts for customers who bought machines in quantity. Never mind that customers had to buy a virtual warehouse of Novas to get the truly big discount. Data General had brought a new ferocity, a bit of 42nd Street, to the pricing of minicomputers. DEC owned 85% of the business and there was no strong number two. We had to distinguish ourselves from DEC, Kluckman remembered. DEC was known as a bland entity. Data General was gonna be unbland, aggressive, hustling, offering you more for your money. We spread the idea that Data General's salesmen were more aggressive than DEC's, and they were, because ours worked on commissions and theirs worked on salaries. But I exaggerated the aggressiveness. According to Kluckman, DEC actually gave them some help in setting up the Hertz-Avis thing. DEC's management, he said, ordered their salesmen to warn their customers against Data General. It was great, because their customers hadn't heard about us. Kluckman imagined DEC's salesmen telling DEC's customers that a dangerous new company was on the prowl, and DEC's customers responding to this news by saying, "Where is this Data General, so we can be sure to avoid them? What's Data General's phone number, so we'll be sure not to call it?" Kluckman laughed. The calls just rolled in. DEC's customers would say, "We hear you're bad guys. You must be doing something we ought to know about." And thinking back to those first heady days, when nearly every little strategy seemed to pay off, and the first millions started coming in, Kluckman said, it was probably more fun than I or anybody else has ever had in business. It was great ego satisfaction. It was just a pure gas. At the end of fiscal 1978, after just 10 years of existence, Data General's name appeared on the list of the nation's 500 largest industrial corporations, in that band of giants known as the Fortune 500. It stood in 500th place in total revenues, but much higher in respect to the various indices of profit, and for a while climbed steadily higher on the list. Surely by 1980 such a record entitled Data General to respectability. But some trade journalists still looked askance at the company. One told me Data General was widely known among his colleagues as the Darth Vader of the computer industry. Investors still seemed jittery about Data General's stock. An article published in Fortune in 1979 had labeled Data General the upstarts, while calling DEC the gentlemen. The memory of that article, particularly the part that made it sound as if Data General routinely cheated its customers, still rankled Richmond. Building 14A-B is essentially divided into an upstairs and a downstairs, and in one corner of the upstairs the corporate officers reside. A wall of glass separates them from the rest of the company. There is no mahogany here. If there is ostentation in the boss's quarters, it is ostentation in reverse. The table in their conference room, it was proudly said, was the same that they had used when the company was small. Richmond's office was comparatively plush. But saying, "We consider ourselves the Robert Hall of the computer industry," Richmond pointed out that he had paid for all his furnishings himself and that what looked like paneling on his walls was really just wallpaper. Among the founders of the company, only De Castro, the much-talked-about president, and Richmond remained engaged in daily operations. Richmond had come up through the industry in sales, a supersalesman, some called him, and he had created and run Data General's sales force, which was known if not notorious for its aggressiveness. Curly-haired, trim and in his 40s, Richmond wore a nicely tailored denim jacket and no tie. "I'm one of the few guys that money made a nice guy out of," he said. "Before, I was just driven, clawing. Success has made me more rational and introspective." He remarked that not long ago he had been playing tennis with a man who had seemed to him just an ordinary fellow, but then he had found out that the man was actually president of an oil company. "And it was one of the largest oil companies in the world, and I was just in awe of him," said Richmond. He added, softly, "and yet I bet my net worth greatly exceeded his." The stock that Richmond himself owned in Data General was worth about $13 million then, but, he seemed to say, he was unhappy with the way certain organs of the press depicted his company's achievements. They were, Richmond believed, too often depicted as ruffians, not as merely rough, which they were proud to be. "We agree that a lot of things we've done around here are wild," he said. "But we can't understand why we're tabloid, instead of the New York Times." Some part of Data General's reputation was easy to explain. The company had promoted it themselves, and maybe it had gotten a little out of hand. Richmond suggested, "We've done so much so well for so long that everyone seems to think we have to be doing something illegal." A good point, but not a full accounting. Some years back, in the early 70s, a company called Keronix accused Data General's officers of arranging the burning of a factory. Keronix had been making computers that performed almost identically to Data General machines. The theory was that Data General had taken a shortcut in attempting to get rid of this competitor. In time, the courts found no basis for those charges and dismissed them. Indeed, it seemed preposterous to think that the suddenly wealthy executives of Data General would risk everything, including jail, and resort to arson, just to drive away what was, after all, a small competitor. But Wall Street didn't see it that way, apparently. When Keronix made its accusation, Data General's stock plummeted. There was such a rush to unload it that the New York Exchange had to suspend trading in it for a while. More peculiar was the fact that many years later, some veteran employees, fairly far down in the hierarchy, would say privately that they believed someone connected with the company had something to do with that fire. Not the officers, but some renegade within the organization. They had no basis for saying so, no piece of long-hidden evidence. It seemed to me that this was something that they wanted to believe. I got this feeling more than once. Turning down the road to Building 14A, B one day, a veteran engineer pointed out the sign that warned against unauthorized parking. "The first sign you see says don't," he remarked. He imagined another sign by the road. It would say, "Use of excessive force has been approved." The engineer laughed and laughed at the thought. In a land of tough and ready companies, theirs, some of Data General's employees seemed to want to think, was the toughest and the readiest around. Certainly Data General's reputation had other underpinnings besides advertisements and imagination. In an industry where sharp marketing practices were common, Data Generals were as sharp as any, and by the late 1970s competitors were challenging some of them in federal court. To the contention, leveled in Fortune, that Data General played especially rough with its customers, it was only fair to add that many of Data General's customers knew very well what sort of market they were in, and moreover, it was clear that the company could not have survived if most of its customers had not felt at least fairly satisfied. But Data General was litigious, toward customers as well as others. "Sure," said Richman, "if people don't pay us or breach our contract, we litigate 'em." They did so at least in part to assure Wall Street that they weren't the sort of company that would accumulate a crippling number of bad debts. The salient feature of Data General, however, what that sharp-eyed, astonished visitor from Wall Street would have pondered, was its growth. This was indeed the industry's salient characteristic. In the main, computer companies that were not dying were growing. They had to do so just to stay alive, it seemed. But no company whose primary business was making computers had grown more rapidly than Data General. Bursts of growth were not uncommon, but Data General had been bursting for a decade, and what's more, it had been maintaining the highest profit margins in the industry next to IBM's. All this would have impressed the analyst from Wall Street, of course, but would also have given him pause. Building 14A-B and its sparse furnishings, the facts that Data General paid its stockholders no dividends and that its top managers dispensed to themselves and other officers exceptionally small salaries, meting out rewards in the form of stock instead, all were signs of a common purpose. The company had displayed extravagance when it came to financing its tendency to go to court. Otherwise, the management seemed bent on saving all their cash to feed the hungry beast of growth. And, of course, the more this beast gets fed, the bigger it becomes, the more it wants to eat. It is one thing for a company with revenues of $1 million a year to grow 30 or 40% in a year and quite another for a $500 million company to pull off the same trick. Analysts on Wall Street sometimes become boosters of the companies they follow. Looking for an opinion that was certain to be disinterested, I asked an old friend, a veteran analyst of securities, to take a look at Data General's numbers. He had the advantage of never having followed the company before, and in return for anonymity he agreed to my proposal. A couple of weeks later, he called me back. It seemed to him that Data General was bent on continuing to grow at 30 to 40% a year. He pointed out that this meant large growth in everything, in the need for capital, new buildings, new employees. Between 1974 and 1978, for instance, Data General had hired about 7,000 new employees, roughly tripling its numbers. In 1 year alone, the company had increased its ranks by 71%. The analyst imagined the difficulties of finding that many qualified people so quickly. "And what must it be like," he asked, "to work at a place like that? You'd come to work some morning and suddenly find yourself in charge of a dozen new people, or suddenly beneath a new boss to whom you would have to prove yourself all over again. That sort of growth puts a strain on everything," the analyst concluded. "It's gonna be intriguing to see if they get caught." He thanked me for putting him onto such a marvelous entertainment. Where did the risks lie? Where could a company go badly wrong? In many cases, a small and daily growing computer company did not fall on hard times because people suddenly stopped wanting to buy its products. On the contrary, a company was more likely to asphyxiate on its own success. Demand for its products would be soaring, and the owners would be drawing up optimistic 5-year plans, when all of a sudden something would go wrong with their system of production. They wouldn't be able to produce the machines that they had promised to deliver. Lawsuits might follow. At the least, expensive parts would sit in inventory, revenues would fall, customers would go elsewhere or out of business themselves. Data General got one leg caught in this trap back around 1973. 6 years later, a middle-level executive, sitting in an office upstairs at headquarters, remembered that time, we were missing our commitments to customers. We just grossly fucked over our customers. We actually put some entrepreneurs out of business and I think some of them may have lost their houses. But we recovered from our shipment problems and never repeated them. Another way of fouling up had less to do with a company's own growth than with the growth occurring all around it. From observers of the industry came such comments as, "Things change fast in the computer business. A year is a hell of a long time. It's like a year in a dog's life." In every segment of the industry, companies announced small new products for sale every day. Companies brought out new lines of computers, much more powerful than the ones they replaced, only every few years or so, but considering all the work that went into them and the fact that they required a redirection of effort throughout a company, the pace at which these major announcements came was very rapid too. Conventional wisdom held that if a company fell very far behind its competitors in producing the latest sorts of machines, it would have a hard time catching up. And failure to stay abreast could have serious consequences, because major new computers played crucial roles in the other business of the companies. They helped them sell all their little products and, often, their older types of machines. At some companies the task of guarding against this sort of crisis fell mainly to engineers, working below decks, as it were. Executives might make the final decisions about what would be produced, but engineers would provide most of the ideas for new products. After all, engineers were the people who really knew the state of the art and who were therefore best equipped to prophesy changes in it. At Data General, an engineer could play such an important role. It was there for the taking. The president, De Castro, liked self-starters, it was said. Initiative was welcomed at Data General, and in the late 70s it appeared that the company had need of some initiative from its engineers. For Data General was in a bind. The firm had fallen behind the competition, it hadn't yet produced the latest big thing in minicomputers. Early in 1979 the businessman who told me about Data General's problems and recovery back in '73 hit upon a heroic metaphor for success in the computer business. The major thing, he said, is avoiding the big mistake. It's like downhill ski racing, can you stay right on that edge beside disaster? At Data General we keep coming up with these things that are basically acts of recovery. What Tom West and his people are doing is a great act of recovery. The wars Tom West went to work these days in freshly laundered blue jeans or pressed khakis, in leather moccasins and in solid-colored long-sleeved shirts, with the sleeves rolled up in precise folds, like the pages of a letter, well above his bony elbows. He expostulated with his hands. When dismissing someone or some idea or both, he made a fist and then exploded it, fingers splaying wide. The gesture was well known to the engineers who worked for him. Long index fingers inserted under either side of the bridge of his glasses signified thought, and accompanied by a long warned that some emphatic statement was near. He kept his car and his office as neat as the folds in his sleeves. He was decisive, and in his manner, exact. For all of that, he was vague. When I first went to work, he was my boss, an engineer said of West, and it was amazing. Half the time I couldn't figure out what he was saying. He was not always this way, said one of his oldest colleagues, but sometimes you got the feeling that West expected you to be on his secret wavelength, and if you weren't he'd be disappointed in you. If you weren't, that was your problem. He didn't have time to explain. Seen at the wheel of his sporty red Saab, driving to work down 495, West made a picture of impatience. His jaw was set, he had a forward lean. Sometimes he briefly wore a mysterious smile. He was a man on a mission. Into the world of the mini-computer a new thing had been born, a class of computer known as a 32-bit supermini. West said, with characteristic enthusiasm, everyone thinks they want one now. It's an emotional issue. In fact, it's kind of a firestorm. As for the present state of affairs, sometimes he called it a disaster. Sometimes he would say, we're gonna get smeared if we don't react to vax. A number of Data General's rivals had produced 32-bit superminis, and the most important from West's point of view was the computer that DEC had recently sent to market, a machine called the VAX 11780. Data General, meanwhile, had not yet produced a computer of this class. Many people, including West, believed that they must do so, and in fairly short order. Partly it was a matter of keeping up appearances. Customers get married to their computer companies in many different ways, and they don't usually want to get or stay married to a company that has fallen behind the state of the art. Besides, you had to grab a piece of the new market for the 32-bit Supermini because that market was huge and growing fast. Most observers agreed that it would be worth several $billion by the middle 1980s. You did not have to be the first company to produce the new kind of machine. Sometimes, in fact, it was better not to be the first. But you had to produce yours before the new market really opened up and customers had made other marriages. For once they are lost, both old and prospective customers are often gone for good. It had been painful for West and for a number of engineers working with him at Westboro to watch DEC's VAX go to market, to hear it described as a breakthrough, and not have a brand new machine of their own to show off. It had been painful for them to read in the trade press of the VAX's growing success. VAX was beginning to look like one of those bestsellers that come along only once in a while. But by the fall of 1978, West had drawn around him a team of enthusiastic engineers, and they were finally working on their own Supermini, which they had nicknamed Eagle. A new computer, especially one of this class, does not get built in a month. Often it takes years to bring one to life. But it wasn't too late, West was saying. Not if they could build this computer in the record time of something like a year. This was at last the right machine. This was the answer to VAX. At times West fancied that this computer would become the source of Data General's continued ascent in the Fortune 500. This is the second billion, he said. His doubts he did not share widely. Secretly, West felt afraid of VAX. DEC had published a great deal of technical literature describing VAX, and West had read all of it. Nothing in this material had made him feel that his team's approach was inferior to DEC's. In some engineers, however, reading does not constitute knowing. For them, touch is the first of the senses. And so, one holiday morning in 1978, when his team was already well launched on the building of its own machine, West went away from Westboro to have a look at a VAX for himself. He traveled to a city, which was located, he would only say, somewhere in America. He walked into a building, just as though he belonged there, went down a hallway, and let himself quietly into a windowless room. The floor was torn up, a sort of trench filled with fat power cables traversed it. Along the far wall, at the end of the trench, stood a brand new example of DEC's VAX, enclosed in several large cabinets that vaguely resembled refrigerators. But to West's surprise, one of the cabinets stood open and a man with tools was standing in front of it. A technician from DEC, still installing the machine, West figured. Although West's purposes were not illegal, they were sly, and he had no intention of embarrassing the friend who had given him permission to visit this room. If the technician had asked West to identify himself, West would not have lied, and he wouldn't have answered the question either. But the moment went by. The technician didn't inquire. West stood around and watched him work, and in a little while, the technician packed up his tools and left. Then West closed the door, went back across the room to the computer, which was now all but fully assembled, and began to take it apart. The cabinet he opened contained the VAX's central processing unit, known as the CPU, the heart of the physical machine. In the VAX, 27 printed circuit boards, arranged like books on a shelf, made up this thing of things. West spent most of the rest of the morning pulling out boards. He'd examine each one, then put it back. Across the surfaces of a typical computer's printed circuit boards stand columns of small rectangular boxes, with metal legs descending from their sides. They might be some odd strain of caterpillar bred for mathematical ability. In fact, each of these boxes holds inside it another box, as it were, the intricate integrated circuitry known as a chip. Etched into the boards, among the housings of the chips, run many silvery bands. They make patterns like the tracks in large railroad yards. Some boards are colorful and most finished ones please the eye. A computer's boards seem to show order triumphing in complexity. They look as if they make sense, but not in the way the moving parts of an engine make sense. The form on the surface of a board does not imply its function. It's difficult but possible to get inside the littlest boxes inside the boxes that constitute a modern computer, and bringing back the details, to create a functionally equivalent copy of the machine. Reverse engineering is the name for that art. West called it knockoff copy work. He had a cleaner, simpler purpose. He examined the outside of the VAX's chips. Some had numbers on them that were like familiar names to him, and he counted the various types and the quantities of each. Later on, he looked at other pieces of the machine. He identified them generally too. He did more counting. And when he was all done, he added everything together and decided that it probably cost $22,500 to manufacture the essential hardware that comprised a VAX, which DEC was selling for somewhat more than $100,000. He left the machine exactly as he had found it. "I'd been living in fear of VAX for a year," West said afterward, while driving along 495 one evening. "I wasn't really into G2. VAX was in the public domain and I wanted to see how bad the damage was. I think I got a high when I looked at it and saw how complex and expensive it was. It made me feel good about some of the decisions we've made." Looking into the VAX, West had imagined he saw a diagram of DEC's corporate organization. He felt that VAX was too complicated. He did not like, for instance, the system by which various parts of the machine communicated with each other. For his taste, there was too much protocol involved. He decided that VAX embodied flaws in DEC's corporate organization. The machine expressed that phenomenally successful company's cautious bureaucratic style. Was this true? West said it didn't matter, it was a useful theory. Then he rephrased his opinions. With VAX, DEC was trying to minimize the risk, he said, as he swerved around another car. Grinning, he went on, "We're trying to maximize the win, and make Eagle go as fast as a raped ape." Some of the engineers closest to West suspected that if he weren't given a crisis to deal with once in a while, he would create one. To them he seemed so confident and happy in an emergency. But as for this big crisis in the little world of Westboro engineering, although West had made it his own, no one could say he had invented it. Why had Data General failed to produce a rival to VAX? When trade journalists asked this question, Data General put on a bold face of course, and suggested in essence that all was proceeding according to plan. In fact, years before the appearance of VAX, Data General engineers had foreseen the advent of such machines. For about 5 years they had been trying to produce one of their own. But there had been problems. They had made some false starts, and the engineers involved had been arguing over who was going to produce this new machine and what it would be. Some computer engineers harbor strong feelings toward their new designs, like Cossacks toward their horses. Carl Alsing, a veteran engineer and one of West's cadre, told the fable of an engineer who, upon being informed that his plans for a new machine had been scrapped by the managers of his company, got a gun and murdered a colleague whose design had been accepted. Alsing said he thought that such a murder really happened but that a woman was probably involved, yet it came, he said, to much the same thing. The history of what West and some of his associates called their wars began in the mid-70s. Data General had gotten over its manufacturing problems, the fuss over the Coronix affair had long since died down and the company had been growing apace. They had followed up on the instantaneous success of their first CPU, the Nova, by producing a whole line of compatible Novas, and while those computers kept selling and selling, they had created another and generally more powerful line of machines, called the Eclipse. Like the Nova, it was a hit. The Eclipse line was just beginning to grow, however, when the leader of the Eclipse group began to leave his team. He went away to invent the next kind of data general computer. As it developed, this became a grand project. Among other things, it would solve one of the important technical questions then on the horizon. This problem lay in the question of how best to enlarge the minicomputer's logical address space. This was the problem that superminis like VAX would address, by achieving what one wag called 32-bit hood. Computers, it is often said, manipulate symbols. They don't deal with numbers directly, but with symbols that can represent not only numbers but also words and pictures. Inside the circuits of the digital computer, these symbols exist in electrical form, and there are just two basic symbols, a high voltage and a low voltage. Clearly, this is a marvelous kind of symbolism for a machine. The circuits don't have to distinguish between 9 different shades of gray but only between black and white, or, in electrical terms, between high and low voltages. Computer engineers call a single high or low voltage a bit, and it symbolizes one piece of information. One bit can't symbolize much, it has only 2 possible states, so it can, for instance, be used to stand for only 2 integers. Put many bits in a row, however, and the number of things that can be represented increases exponentially. By way of analogy, think of telephone numbers. Using only 4 digits, the phone company could make up enough unique numbers to give one to everybody in a small town. But what if the company wants to give everyone in a large region a unique phone number? By using 7 instead of 4 digits, Ma Bell can generate a vast array of unique numbers, enough so that everyone in the New York metropolitan area or in the state of Montana can have one of his own. Inside certain crucial parts of a typical modern computer, the bits, the electrical symbols, are handled in packets. Like phone numbers, the packets are of a standard size. IBM's machines have traditionally handled information in packages 32 bits long. Data General's Nova and most minicomputers after it, including the Eclipses, deal with packages only 16 bits long. The distinction is inconsequential in theory, since any computer is hypothetically capable of doing what any other computer may do. But the ease and speed with which different computers can be made to perform the same piece of work vary widely, and in general a machine that handles symbols in chunks of 32 bits runs faster, and for some purposes, usually large ones, it is easier to program than a machine that handles only 16 bits at a time. In this case, the main issue was the computer's storage system. Here, in packages of symbolic bits, are kept both information for the computer to manipulate and also many of the instructions that tell the computer what to do with that data. The situation resembles that of a region's telephone system. Phones are of no use unless they are distinct one from the other, and an item in a computer's storage system is of no use unless it can easily be found. And the general solution resembles the phone companies. Each compartment in the computer's storage has its own phone number, its own unique symbol, known as an address. A 16-bit machine can directly generate symbolic addresses only 16 bits long, which means that it can hand out to storage compartments only about 65,000 unique addresses. A true 32-bit machine, however, can directly address some 4.3 billion storage compartments. Some of Data General's old customers and many potential new ones needed, or soon would, the large logical address space of a 32-bit machine. Although other customers had no such needs as yet, a general feeling held that 32-bithood would become a de facto standard in the industry. You had to produce a 32-bit machine. It was 1976. By degrees West had taken command of the Eclipse Group. He and his small team were, as he put it, pounding out new 16-bit Eclipses. Meanwhile, the group's former leader and another team of engineers were working on the monumental new machine, which would solve the logical address problem, among others. The monumental machine had taken on the code name FHP, an abbreviation for the Fountainhead Project. The team designing FHP repaired to a suite in the Fountainhead Apartments, a local edifice that lends a touch of Miami Beach to the town of Westboro, in order to pursue their work. West's Eclipse Group carried on at headquarters, extending the successful line of eclipses. And all might have proceeded this way, in relative harmony, but for politics. Data General had built a new research facility in a place called Research Triangle Park, in North Carolina, a state that had made itself comely to industry, partly by keeping taxes low. While lauding the government of North Carolina, Data General's spokesman rather bitterly denounced Massachusetts, where taxes of all sorts run high. Edson DeCastro himself joined in the criticism. One company spokesman went so far as to lament the fact that Data General had chosen to grow up in the Bay State. In reporting such comments, none of the Boston papers bothered to point out that the many universities and institutes of technology, existing tax-free in Massachusetts, had produced much of the technology and many of the technologists that had made a Data General possible in the first place. But Data General's front office wasn't complaining without reason. In Massachusetts, as elsewhere, 1976 happened to be an election year, and the company was throwing its weight against several propositions on the ballot that threatened to increase both Data General's operating expenses and the personal income taxes of its better-paid employees. As it turned out, most of the company's favored causes won. No doubt Data General's campaign had an influence. The opening of the facility in Research Triangle Park, North Carolina, and the political campaign, however, had some unfortunate side effects on some of the company's engineers. For one thing, word had come down that the FHP project was being transferred to North Carolina. Some of the engineers who had been working on that grand new machine refused to pack up their families and go south. At least some of them felt robbed. "You gotta understand," said West later. FHP was the one thing in the world they wanted to do most, the biggest thing the world's ever seen kind of thing. Somebody told those guys that they would have 72 uninterrupted hours with the girl of their dreams. The thing they most wanted to do was dangled before them and then pulled away. And some people were pissed. Then there was the newspaper story. One morning, after FHP's departure had been announced, a number of the engineers at Westboro, who felt of course that they were good, productive, can-do engineers, picked up the Boston Globe and saw in it an article about themselves. It read in part, speaking to the Boston Security Analysts Society, DeCastro said his company, the second largest minicomputer producer in the world, was finding it a great deal easier to staff its research and development center in North Carolina. People are more willing to move into that area than Boston. In addition to this 20% cost of living difference, which is a combination of taxes, insurance, housing, food and other costs, DeCastro said the Research Triangle Park area has a different feel than the research facility the company maintains in Westboro. The ambition level is different. There is a can-do attitude and that environment is contagious. West remembered the aftermath, laughing low and shaking his head. DeCastro called us all together and in his inimitable fashion totally confused everyone. He said that the press distorts things and I hope you know that even if I believed that quote I wouldn't say it. Then he gave us the March to Victory speech and left. West added, morale hit an all-time low at Westboro. Various accounts of how matters stood among the engineers there suggest that many believed Westboro's days as an interesting place to work were about over. Sure, said West, people there could continue to build novas and eclipses. But what fun is that? Some of those who were going south with FHP boasted that they were going to the place where the action would be. And indeed it looked as though the important new machines, the sorts of projects that a significant number of Westboro's engineers wanted to work on, would thereafter be pursued in North Carolina. Some of the engineers who had chosen New England over FHP fell under West's command, more or less. And the leader of the FHP project suggested that those staying behind make a small machine that would solve the 32-bit logical address problem and would at the same time exhibit a trait called software compatibility. Some of those who stayed behind felt determined to build something elegant. They designed a computer equipped with something called a mode bit. They planned to build, in essence, two different machines in one box. One would be a regular old 16-bit Eclipse, but flip the switch, so to speak, and the machine would turn into its alter ego, into a hot rod, a fast, good-looking 32-bit computer. West felt that the designers were out to kill North Carolina, and there wasn't much question but that he was right, at least in some cases. Those who worked on the design called this new machine Ego. The individual initials respectively stood one step back in the alphabet from the initials FHP, just as in the movie 2001 the name of the computer that goes berserk, HAL, plays against the initials IBM. The name, Ego, also meant what it said. The people working on Ego, nominally working for West but in fact amenable then to no one's control, truly labored. They worked nights. They worked weekends. They argued hotly with each other. It was the most incredible, soaring experience of my life, said one of them later. And they worked with astonishing speed. Within 2 months they had a fairly complete specification. Then they took it to De Castro. To a disinterested observer it might have seemed obvious that Data General wasn't going to field both Ego and North Carolina's machine. The costs of supporting the two radically new CPUs would be prohibitive. Data General could sensibly afford only one major new machine, and Data General is almost always sensible about money. According to West, and others, De Castro told him and his troops to work out their differences with North Carolina. They didn't. To some of the engineers who worked on Ego, what ensued was a war, and the first open battle, which was fought at a Howard Johnson's Motor Inn down south, was the big shootout at Hojo's. Carl Alsing, who was not a participant but an interested observer, said, "I imagine the great Ego wars as a pen and ink drawing. Snarling engineers are shown hurling complexities at each other. Which processor was better? Which deserved to receive the support and resources of the company? Those were the stakes. Fights like these often take place inside computer companies. So it is said. Here the winner was foreordained. When it came to rating the talents of the engineers, everyone had to agree that some of the company's finest stood behind Ego, but North Carolina's leader was generally acknowledged to be the company's stellar designer after De Castro. Moreover, the company had made a substantial investment in North Carolina as a research and development facility, and Data General is a company that likes to see its investments pay off without undue delay. Ego was a group of 5 people, FHP had 50. You're not gonna kill a group of 50. The company's not gonna send FHP to North Carolina and then do Ego, said West. But that was later on. At this time he argued strongly for Ego. At a meeting before De Castro in September 1977, the two sides traded promises. Westboro would do Ego in a year. Well, then, North Carolina would do a version of FHP in a year. West remembered, De Castro looked around the room and said, "It's a dilemma." It's a famous quote for him, never heard before or since. I said, "Okay, we'll stop building Ego," and De Castro walked out of the room. West told himself that his team hadn't lost, they'd merely retreated from a battle they couldn't win. Thinking of the promises North Carolina had made, West explained later on, they'd signed up to do the impossible. We weren't signed up to do anything. Right then, that looked like a pretty good position to be in. But Ego's designers took it hard. Rosemarie Seal, the Eclipse Group's secretary, watched the proceedings from afar. Engineering is a man's world. I don't know how much territorial interests have to do with it, but they're all fighting for that piece of the pie. There are some who can't admit it, but all of them are, she said. She was sad for her troops. She had made special arrangements to get the document describing Ego nicely typed up. They wanted it to look really good for De Castro. She had wished them luck when they had gone upstairs with it. Now she watched them trudge back down the hallway. I knew the minute they hit the department. Such depression. It was terrible, absolutely terrible. Ed De Castro didn't want them to do it. Certain of the engineers now entered what West called the first off-the-wall period. A few quit. Others went on vacation immediately. Still others spent the next couple of weeks playing a game called Adventure, in which you travel by computer into an underground world, wandering through strange, awful labyrinths, searching for treasure that's guarded and sometimes snatched away by dragons, dwarfs, trolls and a rapacious pirate who mutters "Par. Par." The period after Ego got killed was remembered as West's speechifying period. Speeches of rising and falling expectations, one engineer called West's orations. West told his group that from now on they would not be engaged in anything like research and development but in work that was 1% R and 99% D. They'd pound out eclipses and put money on the bottom line, and that was that, and if they wanted to build sexy machines that the technology bigots would like, then they'd have to look elsewhere. Then West turned around and said that although they did not have the charter to build a new 32-bit machine, they could still have some fun and a challenge. They'd create a 16-bit minicomputer faster by a factor of 2, or maybe even 4, than any the world had ever seen. The name of this project was Victor, the Mature Eclipse. Victor was a canard, said West. But it gave his people something to do. Dreams of Ego died hard. According to West, some software engineers at Westboro had felt despondent about Ego's demise. They faced the prospect of having no major new CPUs to write system software for. They liked Ego. Thus bolstered, Ego's creators got West to try to attempt an Ego revival. West got the impression from the vice president of engineering that Ego might win De Castro's approval this time. But it didn't. De Castro basically said, do something to extend the addressing capability of eclipses, but don't use a mode bit, West remembered. West made more speeches of rising and falling expectations. The second off-the-wall period hit their corner of the basement. Privately, West felt very angry. No mode bit. It seemed to him that De Castro was asking the Eclipse group to work with only one hand. West calmed down directly, though. De Castro's always very vague, he reasoned, but when he says something, you don't figure he's just shooting off his lip. You find out what's wrong with mode bits. West asked around. He came to the conclusion that, once employed, mode bits tend to proliferate in a company's product line, leading toward unnecessary development costs. You get hung up in your own underwear. But De Castro had said only what he didn't want. What did he want them to do? When FHP had gone south, there had been some talk of a 32-bit Eclipse. Some time before that, a person in marketing had asked some members of the Eclipse group if they couldn't just tweak a few things inside an Eclipse and give it the extended logical address space of a 32-bit machine. Back then, they had brushed off the suggestion. It wasn't that simple. Now West virtually camped out in this executive's office. He wanted to know what it was that customers most desired. VAX had by now gone to market, with all the usual hoopla, and was selling briskly. Other minicomputer companies had entered 32-bit machines in the Super Mini sweepstakes. And a lot of Data General's old customers wanted one, but it seemed clear that they would also want a machine that displayed the quality called software compatibility. An old-fashioned automobile that can be started only with a crank requires a person to make a series of adjustments more or less directly to the engine. In a modern car, of course, you need only turn a key and a system of electrical and mechanical devices does the rest. In the modern computer, software has developed in such a way as to fill this role of go-between. On one end you have the so-called end user who wants to be able to order up a piece of long division, say, simply by supplying two numbers to the machine and ordering it to divide them. At the other end stands the actual computer, which for all its complexity is something of a brute. It can perform only several hundred basic operations, and long division may not be one of them. The machine may have to be instructed to perform a sequence of several of its basic operations in order to accomplish a piece of long division. Software, a series of what are known as programs, translates the end user's wish into specific, functional commands for the machine. There are two general kinds of computer programs. The users write one kind themselves or hire consultants to write them. These user programs may look as though they are telling the computer what to do step by step, and a relatively simple program, for calculating a company's payroll, for instance, may look forbiddingly long and complex. But this is nothing like the length and complexity that the program would have if it really did work directly on the machine. Instead, nowadays, a series of other programs that are stored inside the computer breaks down commands such as divide into several more basic commands that the machine is equipped to obey. These intermediary programs, which serve as translators of user programs, are known collectively as system software. It is usually the manufacturer's responsibility to create system software, and the customer's to buy it when purchasing a new machine. By the mid-1960s, a trend that would become increasingly pronounced was already apparent. While the expense of building a computer's hardware was steadily declining, the cost of creating both user and system software was rising. In an extremely bold stroke, IBM took advantage of the trend. They announced, in the mid-60s, all at one time, an entire family of new computers, the famous 360 line. In the commerce of computers, no single event has had wider significance, except for the invention of the transistor. Part of the 360's importance lay in the fact that all the machines in the family were software compatible. It cost IBM a true fortune and no end of trouble and anxiety to create system software for the 360 line. But all the machines in the family used that same software. So IBM had to create the stuff only once, and thus was able to amortize the cost of its development over all of the many thousands of 360s that it sold. Moreover, any user program that worked on one machine in the family worked on all of them. Users become attached to their programs and system software. Software is expensive. Getting it to function properly often takes time. Software that works is precious. Users don't idly discard it. Obviously, this reluctance can present problems for computer manufacturers. How do you get customers to buy bigger, better machines? Total software compatibility made it easy for customers to do what IBM wanted them to do, which was to buy several different kinds of 360 computers. A customer could buy a small one now and later on buy a bigger one, or vice versa, without having to recreate any software. Software compatibility strengthened IBM's already tight grip on its customers. They weren't likely to forsake IBM and take their business elsewhere when that meant assuming new expenses and problems with software. Soon every manufacturer of computers was employing some variation of IBM's 360 strategy of software compatibility. Data General had made all of its Novas compatible one with the other, and likewise all the Eclipses. Moreover, the designers had made the Eclipse upwardly compatible with Novas. This meant that while new programs written for Eclipse computers would not run on Novas, old programs written for Novas would work on Eclipses. This sort of compatibility was a useful tool for marketing, for it allowed customers to switch from Novas to Eclipses with relative ease. They could do so without discarding all their old software. Software compatibility is a marvelous thing. That was the essential lesson West took away from his long talks with his friend in marketing. You didn't want to make a machine that wasn't compatible, not if you could avoid it. Old customers would feel that since they'd need to buy and create all new software anyway, they might as well look at what other companies had to offer. They'd be likely to undertake the dreaded market survey. And an incompatible machine would not make it easy for new customers to buy both 16-bit Eclipses and the new machine. This was the gist of what West learned. He became increasingly interested. DEC's VAX was only culturally compatible with the line of machines that preceded it. Data General should build a 32-bit machine that was fully compatible with Eclipse's. From a marketing point of view, what a win that would be. Matters proceeded so informally and with such speed that there would never be any way of telling afterward where all of the first technical solutions to the problem of making a 32-bit Eclipse came from. But it was West who gathered them together. Soon he began an in-house PR campaign that would not end for a long time. Carl Alsing participated in the beginnings of West's proselytizing. Among other acts, Alsing gave the new, unbuilt machine the code name Eagle. Mostly, though, he observed. Alsing was by temperament a watcher, a moviegoer. He had been with West longer than anyone else in the Eclipse group. He felt that he knew West, and then again he felt that he didn't. West launching Eagle was to Alsing something worth watching. For example, the meeting West set up with the vice presidents of engineering and software. West took Alsing along. The way it looked to Alsing, West brought two proposals to the VPs. One of these was an obvious loser and the other was Eagle. West's letting them pick Eagle, thought Alsing, and he smiled. West's never unprepared in any kind of meeting. He doesn't talk fast or raise his voice. He conveys, it's not enthusiasm exactly, it's the intensity of someone who's weathering a storm and showing us the way out. He's saying, look, we gotta move this way. Then once he gets the VPs to say it sounds good, Tom goes to some of the software people and some of his own people. The bosses are signed up for this, he tells them. Can I get you signed up to do your part? He goes around and hits people one at a time, gets them enthused. They say, it sounds like you're just gonna put a bag on the side of the Eclipse, and Tom'll give him his little grin and say, it's more than that, we're really gonna build this fucker and it's gonna be fast as greased lightning. He tells them, we're gonna do it by April. That's less than a year away, but never mind. Tom's message is, are you guys gonna do it or sit on your ass and complain? It's a challenge he throws at them. So he basically made us stop moaning about the demise of Westboro. Alsing went on, West brought us out of our depression into the honesty of pure work. He put new life into a lot of people's jobs, I think. Not everyone associated with the Eclipse group liked the looks of this proposed new machine. They thought it would be just a refinement of the Eclipse, which was itself a refinement of the Nova. A wart on a wart on a wart, one engineer said. A bag on the side of the Eclipse. Some even said that it would be a kludge, and this was the unkindest cut. Kludge is perhaps the most disdainful term in the computer engineer's vocabulary. It conjures up visions of a machine with wires hanging out of it, of things fastened together with adhesive tape. So some engineers dropped out of the project right away. To the remainder and to new recruits, West preached whatever gospel seemed most likely to stir up enthusiasm. It would be an opportunity for them to get a machine out the door with their names on it. When Alsing came up with the code name, Eagle, West felt pleased, because, he said, it was impossible to say Eagle without it sounding as if you were saying ego. Not that West cared himself, he did not feel at all vengeful toward North Carolina. But some others did. There would also be something here for technology bigots. Eagle would not be, as the saying goes, a clean sheet of paper, but there would be some clean corners to work in. It might look at first glance like a VW Beetle, but think what they could put under the hood. This wasn't going to be just a slight variation on the Eclipse CPU, but a wholly new and fast machine that would happen to be compatible with Eclipses. It would put money on the bottom line, of course. Lots of money. They were going to do it in record time, because the company needed this machine desperately. And when they succeeded, they would be heroes. If, after Ego had been cancelled, you had left the Eclipse group moping in their corner of the basement, and had returned a year later, you surely would have failed to recognize the place. At some moments, their corner of the building now had the air of a commuter train about it, and at others, the silent intensity of a university library on the eve of exams, many new young faces peering into cathode ray tubes, leafing through fat documents. In the conversation around there you heard words and phrases such as these: a canard was anything false, usually a wrong-headed notion entertained by some other group or company, things could be done in ways that created no muss, no fuss, that were quick and dirty, that were clean. Fundamentals were the source of all right thinking, and weighty sentences often began with the adverb fundamentally, while realistically prefaced many flights of fancy. There was talk of wars, shootouts, hired guns and people who shot from the hip. The win was the object of all this sport, and the big win was something that could be achieved by maximizing the smaller one. From the vocabulary alone, you could have guessed that West had been there, and that these engineers were up to something. Rosemary Seal, the group's main secretary, felt excitement in the air. She, for one, took West's exhortations to heart. She resolved to do whatever she could in order to keep bureaucratic and trivial affairs from distracting these youngsters on their crucial mission. Her spirit never flagged, but from time to time she did wonder why, if this project was so important to the company, so few people in other departments seemed to recognize the fact. Why, for instance, was it allowed that the mailroom be moved in the midst of the project, creating the risk that vital mail would be held up? To prevent that sort of small catastrophe, for several weeks she would go to the mailroom daily and sort through the mail herself. Likewise, why would the carpenters be allowed to come in during a particularly delicate phase of the Eagle project and totally remodel the Eclipse Group's office space? The answer, one possible answer, was that West had two ways of describing Eagle. One way made it sound important and glorious, the other, like something routine. West explained, "You gotta distinguish between the internal promotion to the actual workers and the promoting we did externally to other parts of the company. Outside the group I tried to low-key the thing. I tried to dull the impression that this was a competing product with North Carolina. I tried to sell it externally as not much of a threat. I was selling insurance, this would be there if something went wrong in North Carolina. It was just gonna be a fast, Eclipse-like machine. This was the only way it was gonna live. We had to get the resources quietly, without creating a big brouhaha, and it's difficult to get a lot of external cooperation under those circumstances." West went on, theorizing now, the company would have been just as happy if we hadn't done it. De Castro thought he had it covered in North Carolina. But once you got somebody saying, "Hey, we want to do this," then you're in a position where you gotta say no, and that's a different proposition. A bunch of good engineers were getting ready to quit from being told no too many times already, that's another problem. I went to De Castro about Eagle at some point. I said, "We'll do it in a year," and he may have said, "Okay." But it was clear we had to do it in a year to have any chance. Years before, according to local legend, West's mentor, the former leader of the Eclipse Group, had said that he could build a Nova on a single printed circuit board. Told that he was suffering from delusions of grandeur, he did the job at home on his kitchen table and wound up producing the best-selling of all the Novas. Before that, De Castro and two of the other founders had cut loose from their old company, in order to build a new computer. West was doing nothing so extreme. He seemed to have the full support of Data General's Vice President of Engineering, Carl Carmen. He was given money to hire new recruits. He had De Castro's laconic permission to give Eagle a try. But even after the project had begun, West would say, for example, "De Castro won't take a piece of paper from me on this machine." He would remark, "There's a lot of people pretending that this project doesn't exist." Some others in the group expressed the same contradictory feeling, that they were building a machine absolutely essential to the company but were doing it all on their own. "I think we're doing it in spite of Data General," one of the older hands in the group said. The circumstances fostered such an attitude. So did West. Deliberately, somewhat surreptitiously, he separated his team from the rest of the company. "We're building what I thought we could get away with," West said. 3. Building a Team T basement of Westboro, subterranean at the front of Building 14A, B and at ground level in back, was one of the places in Data General's widening empire where machines were conceived, designed, labored over in prototypes, and sometimes brought to life. Tom West led the way down into this region one night, through confusing corridors. "I would try to learn my way around by noting small landmarks, a copying machine at a corner, a bulletin board trimmed with company news about dental programs and new Data General disk drives. Off some of the hallways were mysterious doors, locked up and bearing signs that said in loud letters RESTRICTEDA Ray. Then the hallways opened and all around under fluorescent light lay fields of cubicles without doors. Their walls, made of steel, some of them covered with cream-colored cloth, did not reach the ceiling, but stood about 5.5 feet high. You could look over them. They created no privacy. Most of the cubicles were empty now, but each would contain one person during the day. Most had a desk with a computer terminal on it, and a little bookcase. Some held a drafting table and many had a houseplant or two. Many green plants poked their heads, like periscopes, above the tops of the cubicles' walls. "The great statement," said West, gesturing at the foliage, wearing a little grin that puckered one cheek. The arrangements looked temporary, and in fact they were. As one of the company's PR men explained, cubicles laid out as in a maze allow a greater density of workers per square foot than real offices with doors. Easily movable walls allow management to tinker with that area-to-people ratio without incurring enormous expense, for instance, to create fully enclosed offices where cubicles have been when it turns out that some jobs are most efficiently performed behind doors. It was said that the company's vice president for manufacturing could turn Westboro into a factory overnight, and maybe the joke had some substance. The last headquarters, compared to which this one was plush, had in fact been turned into a factory. Westboro seemed designed for quick changes. Smiling his wry smile, West offered some additional theories. "We can change it all around. It keeps up the basic level of insecurity. It's basically a cattle yard. What goes on here is not part of the real world." "How so?" "MMMMMMMMH. The language is different. Some of it was, and a phrasebook, such as the Penguin Dictionary of Computers, could be useful. ECO, each letter pronounced, meant engineering change order. Hence this remark, a friend of mine told his girlfriend they had to ECO their relationship. Give me a core dump meant tell me your thoughts, for in the past, when computers used core memories, engineers sometimes dumped the contents of malfunctioning machine storage compartments to see what was wrong. A stack is a special small compartment of memory, a sort of in-box inside a computer. It holds information in the order in which the information is deposited, and when it gets over full, it is said to overflow. Hence the occasional complaint, "I've got a stack overflow." His mind is only one stack deep, says an engineer, describing the failings of a colleague, but the syntax is wrong and he rephrases, saying, "See." He can push, but when it comes time to pop, he goes off in all directions, which means that the poor fellow can receive and understand information but he can't retrieve it in an orderly fashion. The basement, it seemed, was never empty. Even in the small hours of the morning someone would be sitting in a little pool of light in a cubicle, working. By day, the place held a throng. I saw them all collected once, out back in the parking lot, during a fire drill. I counted only a couple of black faces, but I saw many women, many of them in skirts, and I presumed most were secretaries, because I knew that here as in the industry generally female engineers were scarce. Men were numerous. Most looked as though they were in their 20s. Only a few wore jackets and ties, the rest were dressed casually and, on the whole, neatly. Once, down in the basement, I saw an engineer who wore not just long but shaggy hair and who was wearing army surplus clothes. He was slouching off down a corridor carrying a canteen cup. His appearance was sufficiently unusual that one of West's team took pains to point him out to me. West led the way into the Eclipse group's quarters. They were indistinguishable from any other groups, except at night perhaps, during the Eagle Project, when, as a rule, more lamps burned on in their cubicles than elsewhere in the basement. You could tell that an engineer enjoyed some rank if he had an office with a door. West had one of these. It was tiny and windowless. A thick, jacketed pipe and a steel girder descended through it, down the face of a cinder block wall. There were some gray metal chairs, a gray metal bookcase, a couple of small gray metal tables and a gray metal desk, the top of which was absolutely clean save for a single stack of papers with their edges perfectly squared. A magic marker board, at the moment displaying some incomprehensible diagram, hung on one wall. For adornments there were an old clock in a beautiful oak case, and on the wall behind West's back, a picture of a square-rigged sailing ship. On the wall beside him hung several photographs of computers. Physicians hang diplomas in their waiting rooms. Some fishermen mount their biggest catch. Downstairs in Westboro, it was pictures of computers. When engineers finished a project and word of approval came down from the offices of the executives and the various arms of the company got ready to announce the machine to the world that spends so lavishly on computing equipment, then the marketing department would usually hand out to each person who had helped to create the new computer a framed photograph of it. Several of these sorts of pictures hung in West's office. West had a saying, "The game around here is getting a machine out the door with your name on it." One of the photographs on his wall showed a model of Data General's first Eclipse computer, and, apropos of his remark, printed on the machine was a list of 8 names. West's was among them and so was Carl Alsing's. An identical photograph hung in Alsing's cubicle. The same image, of that first Eclipse, also sat on a windowsill in an office at another computer company. It belonged to an engineer who had worked for Data General back in the days when the Eclipse was being built. The picture was just a photo of an immobile plastic box, but the former Data General engineer gazed at it, and he smiled. It was a lot of fun, a lot of pressure. With the Eclipse there was a tremendous amount of team spirit. We were going 24 hours a day debugging that prototype, breathing on it hard to make it come to life. West did do an awful lot of the debugging. I would say he's an excellent engineer. I really think that Tom was very much of a problem solver. It was decided that the Eclipse should have error correction code. What was that? There wasn't that much written about it at that time. Tom went and learned about it and came up with how to do it. Some reports I hear about Tom, I hear that he's very different in a management role. I hear in his management role he's a very tough guy, very closed, but he was an easygoing guy then, though hard-working. Tom used to have these all-day picnics at his house. He'd roast a pig, there'd be a keg of beer. He was a hell of a nice guy. I enjoyed him a lot. Many people recalled West's annual pig roasts. Enough people attended, said another old friend, that the odds lay in favor of a child being born during the fete, and the guest list included painters and writers, musicians, footloose young folks and also computer people. West is remembered, his face all lit up, moving among the throng, surveying his wide and disparate acquaintance. He was so happy and funny and warm-hearted, said another regular at the roasts. West came to Data General in 1974, joining Carl Alsing and the other engineers who were attempting to bring the first Eclipse to life. To Alsing, West appeared to be just a good, competent circuit designer, but strikingly adept at finding and fixing the flaws in a computer. A great debugger, Alsing considered him. He was so fast in the lab I felt I was barely adequate to hold the probes of the oscilloscope for him. Alsing took a shine to his new colleague almost at once. The morning after an Eclipse group party, he and West, on the spur of the moment, took a trip to Provincetown on Cape Cod. Alsing was amazed at how easily West found his way among strangers and how he seemed to be able to identify the most interesting bars by just glancing through their doorways. West possessed that town for an evening, as if he'd lived there all his life and were showing Alsing around. One time Alsing stayed up all night in a lab programming a batch of ROMs, or read-only memory chips. West found Alsing still at this work the next morning, and laughing, he cried out, "Alsing, you're a ROM-driven man." Then West made up a song by that title to the tune of John Henry. West was always inventing catchy expressions, and ROM-driven was Alsing's favorite. The contents of a ROM, once programmed into the chip, cannot be altered or erased, the information can only be read. ROM-driven, it opens up the ancient question of predestination and free will. Later, Alsing would wonder how the phrase applied to his friend. So would West himself, apparently, for one day downstairs, during the Eagle project, he would ask, laughing his nervous-sounding laugh, not the hearty one of the pig roasts, "Doesn't anything around here happen by accident?" From West, Alsing was able to glean only a few biographical facts, that he had gone to Amherst College, majoring in physics there, that he had worked for the Smithsonian Institution afterward, building digital clocks, among other things, and traveling a lot, that he had quit that job just like that, after 7 years, and had virtually taught himself computer engineering while working for RCA. There was a little more. West's father was an important man, one of the most senior executives of AT&T. West had a wife and daughters. West played the guitar well, and personally knew many famous folk singers. Alsing listened to his stories. West told him that one night, while he was traveling through Mozambique on business for the Smithsonian, he got out of a Land Rover and yelled into the darkness, "Massachusetts. Massachusetts. I thought someone might hear me," West explained, "and someday there'd be a bunch of kids running around out there named Massachusetts." Alsing clapped his hands and laughed and laughed. He always wanted to hear more. West had been to places that Alsing never dreamed he himself would visit. Alsing could not help envying him a little, not least of all because West seemed so free. West was, to Alsing then, like that mysterious stranger just passing through town. West told him about quitting his job with the Smithsonian on the spur of the moment, and of a troupe of latter-day gypsies, a band of youngsters on the roam who had camped in a field near his house. Alsing was left feeling that if those gypsies passed through town again, West might go away with them. When West talked about his music, Alsing got the same feeling. He fully expected to come to work some morning and find that West had departed for good, most likely without leaving a forwarding address, and the idea charmed Alsing, and also made him feel a little sad, of course. But it didn't turn out that way. When the first Eclipse went to market and the group's original leader began to take leave, in order to work on FHP, West asked that he be given command of the team. West seemed to Alsing the logical choice for the job, he was the smartest guy around. But Alsing was very surprised that West wanted the position. As Alsing remembered, West was told in effect that it was out of the question. West had been asked weeks before to design a piece of equipment called an IOP, and he had not done a lick of work on it yet. What made him think he could run the Eclipse group? West went into his office then and closed his door for about 7 weeks. West and Alsing usually went out for coffee in the middle of the morning, but not now. Alsing poked his head into West's office. "Coffee, Tom? Go away, Carl," West replied. Alsing tried on another day. Without looking up from his work, West said, in a flat, calm voice, "Get out, Alsing." Alsing sensed that there was nothing personal in these rebuffs, and he found it impossible to get angry at West. After 7 weeks, West emerged, the completed design for the IOP in his hands. Little by little after that, he assumed command of the Eclipse group. Reflecting some years later on those 7 weeks of West's labor, Alsing said, "The day Tom went into his office to do the IOP was the day he started getting tough. I think it was the day when he started to care." Over the next several years, successive generations of engineers joining the group would know less of West than their predecessors had, until finally, by the time of Eagle, new recruits would know almost nothing about him at all. They'd know nothing of pig roasts, that custom had lapsed. Their view of West would be restricted mainly to chance encounters in hallways. West would come down a corridor dragging the knuckles of one hand along the wall, and often he would pass right by members of his own team, without, it seemed, even noticing them. For their part, most gave up trying to greet him. The distant, angry look on his face warned against it. Occasionally, some of the Eclipse group wondered about their leader. "We've heard that he worked for the CIA. Wasn't he a folk singer? A lot of guys think he's a speed freak." West, said one young engineer, is a prince of darkness. He had changed. There was no denying that. Though remaining as close to him as anyone in the basement, Alsing rarely saw him after work anymore. Almost no one from Westboro did, it seemed. West was Alsing's boss now, that was part of it. But he wasn't as obviously happy and merry as he had been, and his jokes, though Alsing still found them witty, tended now toward the sardonic. He'd smile with one side of his mouth, whereas he used to grin with all of it. Every so often, Alsing did see flashes of the Old West. This was true especially in West's campaign after Ego, his assiduous canvassing for Eagle, his successful attempt to rouse various parts of the basement from depression. To be sure, most of the humor and merriment was still missing, and this fellow of formerly eclectic passions now seemed completely single-minded, but West's campaign reminded Alsing of their adventure years before in Provincetown. West rarely lent his enthusiasm to someone else's trip, Alsing noted. But if it's his own or he makes it his own. West still had a way of making ordinary things seem special. In this case, a 32-bit Eclipse was being transformed into the occasion for an adventure. West's ardor for it seemed to spread the way his neologies did. Others besides Alsing felt infected. For Rosemary Seal, the main excitement began after Ego was cancelled and everyone but West seemed ready to pack it in. "Tom's obviously made some decision which I know nothing about," she said. "He's decided he isn't gonna take his bat and ball and go home." Later, she would say, "I wanted to work for him. I could have gotten more pay elsewhere. I didn't understand it all, but I knew I wanted to work for him. I wanted to be part of that effort." Rosemary is a petite, brown-haired woman in her middle years. She speaks rapidly and punctuates most statements with a quick, low laugh which makes it seem as though she's chuckling while she talks. "I grew up in a poor family, in Depression times. I went to secretarial school in Boston. I brought up a family. I got divorced. I traveled a bit. I was a stupid, ignorant girl when I was young, and I think I've learned a few things, but probably not many." In 1976, Rosemary was working for an insurance company, supervising the underwriting files, a job that held her interest for exactly 1 month. The files had been a mess, but once she'd gotten them cleaned up, the work became completely routine. Then she saw a help wanted ad for Data General in a newspaper. It asked, "Are you bored?" It was speaking to me. She was assigned to the Eclipse group, which was tiny then and had never had a secretary. The engineers found her a desk, as she put it. She opened the team's loan filing cabinet and found nothing in it, except for a couple of rolls of toilet paper. No list of the group's members existed. She went from one engineer to another, asking, "Do you have any idea who you work for?" It was the beginning of a long romance. To Rosemary, the Eagle project was like a gift. She had so much to do every day, budgets to prepare, battles to fight with one department or another, mail to sort when the mailroom was untimely moved, phones to answer, documents to prepare, paychecks to find and deliver on time, the newcomers to attend to, would they have a place to sit, and the conditions weren't the best, and would they have a pencil? Each day brought another small administrative crisis. I was doing something important, she said. Rosemary did not always realize that she was having a good time, of course. Having trained all the team's newcomers to tie their shoes, in an administrative sense, she began to feel that they regarded her as a surrogate mother, which annoyed her, until she decided, you are what you are. I might as well enjoy that too. She always hated answering the phones, though. Once in a while she even talked about quitting. Sympathizing, Alsing once asked her why she didn't just do it. I can't leave, she answered. She flashed a furtive grin at Alsing, and nodding her head toward West's office door, she said, in a lowered voice, it's like one of those terrible movies. I just have to see how it comes out. I just have to see what Tom's gonna do next. So there was another watcher. Alsing was delighted. Convinced that Eagle would be a wart, a bag, a kludge, and suspicious that it would go the way of Ego and Victor, some of the brightest hardware engineers around expressed no interest in joining the project. Others went along, some reluctantly at first, and by the very early spring of 1978, West had gathered the makings of a team. He had Rosemary and Alsing and about a dozen other experienced engineers, who had worked for him before. For a time West thought that their numbers would suffice, but really they were just a cadre. It became obvious, when they started designing the logic of the new machine, that such a tiny group would never be able to produce a computer like this in a year. We need more bodies, said West to Alsing, and Alsing agreed. North Carolina's leaders had assembled a large crew mainly by luring experienced engineers away from Westboro and other companies. But around this time videotape was circulating in the basement, and it suggested another approach. In the movie, an engineer named Seymour Cray described how his little company, located in Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, had come to build what are generally acknowledged to be the fastest computers in the world, the quintessential number crunchers. Cray was a legend in computers, and in the movie Cray said that he liked to hire inexperienced engineers right out of school, because they do not usually know what's supposed to be impossible. West liked that idea. He also realized, of course, that new graduates command smaller salaries than experienced engineers. Moreover, using novices might be another way in which to disguise his team's real intentions. Who would believe that a bunch of completely inexperienced engineers could produce a major CPU to rival North Carolina's? Shall we hire kids, Alsing? Said West. For a couple of weeks he and Alsing discussed the idea. To make it work they'd have to hire the very best new engineers they could find, ones who would know more about the state of the art in computers than they did. They told each other that they'd have to be sure not to turn away candidates just because the youngsters made them feel old and obsolete. On the contrary, those were the candidates they'd have to welcome. Smiling, West allowed that if they did this, they might be hiring their own replacements, their own assassins. Even if they did hire prodigies, of course, the scheme might not work. Maybe you couldn't build a major CPU with kids. It was awfully risky. It was a compelling idea. Between the summer of 1978 and the fall of that year, West's team roughly doubled in size. To the dozen or so old hands, old in a relative sense, were added about a dozen neophytes, fresh from graduate schools of electrical engineering and computer science. These newcomers were known as the kids. West was the boss, and he had a sort of adjutant, an architect of the electronic school, and two main lieutenants, each of whom had a sublieutenant or two. One lieutenant managed the crew that worked on the hardware, the machine's actual circuitry, and the members of this crew were called themselves, the Hardy Boys. The other main part of the team worked on microcode, a synaptic language that would fuse the physical machine with the programs that would tell it what to do. To join this part of the group, which Alsing ran, was to become one of the micro kids. There were also a draftsman and some technicians. The group's numbers changed from time to time, generally diminishing, as people dropped out. But usually they totaled about 30. How was it to be one of the kids? You were in no danger of being fired, but you didn't know that, and besides, when you are brand new in a job you want to make a good impression right from the start. So you set out to get to know your boss, as Hardy Boy Dave Epstein did. You walk into his office and say, "Hi, I'm Dave," and you begin to extend your hand. Epstein would never forget that experience. West just sat there and stared at me. After a few seconds, I decided I'd better get out of there. Going to work for the Eclipse Group could be a rough way to start out in your profession. You set out for your first real job with all the loneliness and fear that attend new beginnings, drive east from Purdue or Northwestern or Wisconsin, up from Missouri or west from MIT, and before you've learned to find your way to work without a roadmap, you're sitting in a tiny cubicle or, even worse, in an office like the one dubbed the micropit, along with 3 other new recruits, your knees practically touching theirs, and though lacking all privacy and quiet, though it's a job you've never really done before, you are told that you have almost no time at all in which to master a virtual encyclopedia of technical detail and to start producing crucial pieces of a crucial new machine. And you want to make a good impression. So you don't have any time to meet women, to help your wife buy furniture for your apartment, or to explore the unfamiliar countryside. You work. You're told, don't even mention the name Eagle outside the group. Don't talk outside the group, you're told. You're working at a place that looks like something psychologists build for testing the fortitude of small animals, and your boss won't even say hello to you. New and old hands told the same story. Chuck Holland, I can hardly say I do anything else now. It takes about 3 days to get Eagle out of my mind, so if you have a 3-day weekend, you're just sorry to see Monday come. Microkid Betty Shanahan, the group's lone female engineer, you can end up staying all night. You can forget to go home and eat dinner. My husband complained that the last 3 times he's had to do the laundry. John Blau, I've had difficulty forming sentences lately. In the middle of a story my mind'll go blank. Pieces of your life get dribbled away. I'm growing up, having all those experiences, and I don't want to shut them out for the sake of Data General or this big project. Jim Geyer, a hardy boy and an old hand at age 26, said, I like my job, it's great, I enjoy it. But it's not what I do for recreation. Outside of work, I do other things, like rock climbing and hiking. Geyer paused. A thought had just occurred to him. I haven't done any of that lately. Because I've been working too much. But where did the relish in their voices come from? At the start of the project, a newcomer could expect to earn something like $20,000 a year, while a veteran such as Alsing might make a little more than $30,000, and those figures grew enormously at Data General and elsewhere over the next few years. But they received no extra pay for working overtime. The old hands had also received some stock options, but most seemed to view the prospect of stock as a mere sweetener, and most agreed with Ken Holberger, sublieutenant of Hardy Boys, who declared, I don't work for money. Some of the recruits said they liked the atmosphere. Microkid Dave Keating, for instance, had looked at other companies, where de facto dress codes were in force. He liked the casual look of the basement of Westboro. The jeans and so on. Several talked about their flexible hours. No one keeps track of the hours we work, said Ken Holberger. He grinned. That's not altruism on Data General's part. If anybody kept track, they'd have to pay us a hell of a lot more than they do. Yet it is a fact, not entirely lost on management consultants, that some people would rather work 12 hours a day of their own choosing than 8 that are prescribed. Provided, of course, that the work is interesting. That was the main thing. A couple of the microkids were chatting. They talked about the jobs they had turned down. At IBM we wouldn't have gotten on a project this good. They don't hand out projects like this to rookies. They don't hand out projects like this to rookies anywhere but Data General.
I got an offer at IBM to work on a memory chip, to see what could be done about improving its performance.
Here I got an offer to work on a major new machine, which was gonna be the backbone of company sales. I'd get to do computer design. It wasn't hard to make that choice. Bob Beauchamp, another microkid, had come from Missouri. He wore a small red beard. He was perhaps the most easygoing of the recruits. He had wider experience of the world than most, having taken a year off from school to play in a traveling rock band. Beauchamp seemed to be one of those fortunate souls, likable, modest, good-looking and smart. He had compiled an unblemished, straight average in graduate school. I tended to enjoy talkin' tests through school. I kinda like to measure myself, he said. I'd spent 5 years in college learning, never really doing anything. When I got to data general, I figured it was time to do something, and also I was new to this part of the world, and by myself, and even on weekends I didn't have a whole lot better to do. I might as well pass the time at work. But Beauchamp had opted to work on a part of the project that turned out to have a low priority. There was no pressure. I felt out of the mainstream of things. There was intensity in the air. I kinda liked the fervor and I wanted to be part of it. Eventually, a suggestion came down that Beauchamp go to work on some of the machine's microcode. He was essentially offered the chance for some grueling work, and he accepted with alacrity. I jumped on it, really, he said. Talk about Tom Sawyer's Fence. There was, it appeared, a mysterious rite of initiation through which, in one way or another, almost every member of the team passed. The term that the old hands used for this rite, West invented the term, not the practice, was signing up. By signing up for the project you agreed to do whatever was necessary for success. You agreed to forsake, if necessary, family, hobbies, and friends, if you had any of these left, and you might not if you had signed up too many times before. From a manager's point of view, the practical virtues of the ritual were manifold. Labor was no longer coerced. Labor volunteered. When you signed up you in effect declared, I want to do this job and I'll give it my heart and soul. It cut another way. The vice president of engineering, Carl Carmen, who knew the term, said much later on, sometimes I worry that I pushed too hard. I tried not to push any harder than I would on myself. That's why, by the way, you have to go through the sign up. To be sure you're not conning anybody. The rite was not accomplished with formal declarations, as a rule. Among the old hands, a statement such as, yeah, I'll do that could constitute the act of signing up, and often it was done tacitly, as when, without being ordered to do so, Alsing took on the role of chief recruiter. The old hands knew the game and what they were getting into. The new recruits, however, presented some problems in this regard. The demand for young computer engineers far exceeded the supply. The competition for them was fierce. What enticements could the Eclipse Group offer to the ones they wanted that companies such as IBM could not? Clearly, West and Alsing agreed their strongest pitch would be the project itself. Alsing reasoned as follows: engineering school prepares you for big projects, and a lot of guys wind up as transformer designers. It's a terrible letdown, I think. They end up with some rote engineering job with some thoroughly known technology that's repetitive, where all you have to do is look up the answers in books. By contrast, Alsing knew, it was thought to be a fine thing in the fraternity of hardware engineers, in the local idiom, it was the sexy job, to be a builder of new computers, and the demand for opportunities to be a maker of new computers also exceeded the supply. West put it this way: we had the best high-energy story to tell a college graduate. They'd all heard about VAX. Well, we were gonna build a 32-bit machine less expensive, faster and so on. You can sign a guy up to that any day of the year. And we got the best there was. But the new recruits were going to be asked to work at a feverish pace almost at once. They'd have no time to learn the true meaning of signing up on their own. They had to be carefully selected and they had to be warned. Common decency and the fear of having to feel lingering guilt demanded that this be done. The Eclipse group solicited applications. One candidate listed family life as his main avocation. Alsing and another of West's lieutenants felt wary when they saw this. Not that they wanted to exclude family men, being such themselves. But Alsing wondered, he seems to be saying he doesn't want to sign up. The other lieutenant pondered the application. I don't think he'd be happy here, he said to himself. The applicant's grades were nothing special, and they turned him away. Grades mattered in this first winnowing of applications, not only as an indication of ability but also as a basis for guessing about a recruit's capacity for long, hard work, and with a few exceptions they turned down those whose grades were merely good. Alsing hoped to recruit some female engineers, but in 1978 they were still quite scarce. Only a few young women applied, and Alsing hired one, who had fine credentials. When they liked the looks of an application, they invited the young man, it was usually a young man, to Westboro, and the elders would interview him, one by one. If he was a potential microkid, the recruit's interview with Alsing was often the crucial one. And a successful interview with Alsing constituted a signing up. Alsing would ask the young engineer, "What do you want to do?" Exactly what the candidate said, whether he was interested in one aspect of computers or another, didn't matter. Indeed, Alsing didn't care if a recruit showed no special fondness for computers, and the fact that an engineer had one of his own and liked to play with it did not argue for him. If the recruit seemed to say in reply, "Well, I'm just out of grad school and I'm looking at a lot of possibilities and I'm not sure what field I want to get into yet," then Alsing would usually find a polite way to abbreviate the interview. But if the recruit said, for instance, "I'm really interested in computer design," then Alsing would prod. The ideal interview would proceed in this fashion: "What interests you about that?" "I want to build one," says the recruit. "That's what I want to hear," thinks Alsing. "Now I want to find out if he means it." "What makes you think you can build a major computer?" asks Alsing. "Hey," says the recruit, "no offense, but I've used some of the machines you guys have built. I think I can do a better job. West and I have a story that we tell about Eagle Machine. But I want to hear this guy tell me part of that story first. If he does, if there's some fire in his eyes, I say in his eyes, because I don't know where it is, if it's there, it's there, but if he's a little cocky and I think we probably want this person, then I tell him our story." "Well," says Alsing, "we're building this machine that's way out in front in technology. We're gonna design all new hardware and tools." I'm trying to give him a sense of, hey, you've finally found in a big company a place where people are really doing the next thing. "Do you like the sound of that?" asks Alsing. "Oh, yeah," says the recruit. Now I tell him the bad news. "It's gonna be tough," says Alsing. "If we hired you, you'd be working with a bunch of cynics and egotists and it'd be hard to keep up with them." "That doesn't scare me," says the recruit. "There's a lot of fast people in this group," Alsing goes on. "It's gonna be a real hard job with a lot of long hours. And I mean long hours." "No," says the recruit, in words more or less like these. "That's what I want to do, get in on the ground floor of a new architecture. I want to do a big machine. I want to be where the action is." "Well," says Alsing, pulling a long face, "we can only let in the best of this year's graduates. We've already let in some awfully fast people. We'll have to let you know." We tell him that we only let in the best. Then we let him in. "I don't know," said Alsing, after it was all done. It was kind of like recruiting for a suicide mission. You're gonna die, but you're gonna die in glory. For Wallach's golden moment, a young computer engineer, known to be one of the most skillful in Westborough's basement, said he had a fantasy about a better job than his. In it, he goes to work as a janitor for a computer company whose designs leave much to be desired. There, at night, disguised by mop and broom, he sneaks into the offices of the company's engineers and corrects the designs on their blackboards and desks. Dreams of pure freedom were not uncommon in the basement. For those who had such fantasies, the best job imaginable would allow them to try to build the unattainable, the perfect computer. What, by contrast, would be one of the worst jobs? One that obliged an engineer to build a kludge. Tom West had to deal with such feelings. This was one of the first and most difficult of his problems. West needed an architect. In computers, an architecture describes what a machine will look like to the people who are going to write software for it. It tells not how the machine will be built, but what it will do, in detail. Drawing up such a blueprint would be the crucial first technical act in the making of this 32-bit, fully Eclipse-compatible computer that could have no mode bit. West wasn't absolutely certain that such a machine could be made. If it could, what would be the best approach? He had no idea, but he thought he knew who would. Right at the start, West decided that a Data General employee named Steve Wallach should be Eagle's architect. He's the only guy for that job, said West. The guy's a walking dictionary and encyclopedia of computers. He's the best guy in the world for that job. Accordingly, West called Wallach to his office in the spring of 1978 and asked him to draw up the architecture for a 32-bit Eclipse. Steve Wallach glared at West. Wallach got to his feet and, coining a phrase, said, "Fuck that. I'm not puttin' a bag on the side of the Eclipse." Then he stomped out of West's office. For a time after that, Chuck Holland, an engineer who had been with the team a couple of years, worked on the architecture. He did a great deal of work and an entirely creditable job, as far as he was allowed to go. To West, however, no one else but Wallach would do. He'd get Wallach to sign up somehow. Wallach, he believed, really did want to work on a 32-bit Eclipse, he just didn't know it yet. West knew Wallach. He figured that as much as Wallach wanted to work with a clean sheet of paper and no constraints, he wanted two other things more. These were tangible success and revenge. Wallach was raised in Brooklyn. His father was a compositor, a practitioner of the craft of hot metal typesetting, which will soon be all but demolished by the craft that Wallach chose to pursue. There is irony in that, but Wallach didn't think it lamentable. He remembered his father coming home from work with his clothes and hands covered with indelible printer's ink, and his father saying that he did not want his son growing up to come home dirty too. The younger Wallach's talents showed themselves early. He was a frequent and successful entrant in children's science fairs. He went to Stuyvesant High, one of New York City's best public schools. His grade point average, he remembered it exactly, was 93.67, and he graduated 48th in his class. He won scholarships, first to Brooklyn Polytechnic, where he discovered computers and got his bachelor's degree, then to the University of Pennsylvania, where he took a master's in electrical engineering. Then he went to work at Honeywell, in Massachusetts. In one of his first jobs, Wallach worked as junior engineer on a piece of a fancy new computer. But just as that machine was nearly complete, Honeywell merged with General Electric, and when the dust settled, the new computer had been scrapped. It never came to light. If Job had been a computer engineer, his travail would have begun in that way. "Engineers want to produce something," said Wallach. "I didn't go to school for 6 years just to get a paycheck. I thought that if this is what engineering's all about, the hell with it." He went to night school, to get a master's in business administration. "I was always looking for the buck. I'd get the MBA. Go back to New York, and make some money, he figured. But he didn't really want to do that. He wanted to build computers. He took a job at Raytheon, and in time he was assigned to work on another fancy new machine, something called the Advanced Avionics Digital Computer. The Navy was paying for its development. According to Wallach, he and another young engineer did most of the actual work on it. One day a team of Navy consultants trooped through their lab. The consultants proclaimed the machine too complex. They said that the engineers would never get it to work. They were wrong. Wallach and his colleague brought the computer to life. Near the end we probably worked 100 hours a week, he remembered. We fought over every little detail, no holds barred, and then we'd go out and play bridge. But then the Navy decided not to build any more of the machines. To be quite honest, from day one we suspected that the Navy probably wouldn't buy it. It was more that the high-class consultants came in and said we wouldn't get it to work. We said, fuck that, don't tell us what we can do. All in all, Wallach felt pleased about that piece of work. It was a technical success, he said, and it bolstered his reputation. Once again, however, his machine did not, as West would say, get out the door. Wallach went to Data General a few years later. The bait that lured him was the promise that he'd get to work right from the start, on the ground floor, on the new, supra-state-of-the-art machine that became FHP. Great excitement attended the beginnings of this project. The lucky engineers assigned to it would work on it outside of the plant, in an apartment. For the sake of security, this was such an important project. There was a meeting. An executive tossed a set of keys onto the table. They were the keys to the apartment, and the room number matched the alias of secret agent James Bond, 007. Wallach liked that touch, but he was most impressed by the fact that the company would place no important constraints upon the designers of the new computer. They could pursue pure technical excellence. They were being given a clean sheet of paper. To himself, Wallach said, "Wow. He worked on the grand machine for 2 years. He read and he studied, putting the finishing touches on what was already an encyclopedic knowledge of the best that had been thought and done in computers. Nothing but the best would be good enough for FHP. He lived for that machine." But then the unfinished plans and many of the designers went to North Carolina. Wallach felt he couldn't go. Thus he lost another machine, the best of them all so far. Wallach was one of several engineers who, working day and night, designed the comely Ego after FHP went south. Then Ego was cancelled, for the first time. Wallach got a few things from his office and stomped out of Westboro. He went home for 2 weeks. Around the time that he returned, DEC announced the VAX. Studying the VAX's architecture, Wallach felt sad. Some of VAX's features were remarkably like Ego's, but Ego was better, Wallach believed. He felt very angry. We had DEC where we wanted them with Ego. It was Wallach who suggested to West the idea for Victor. Wallach worked on that machine for a time. Victor died gradually. Ego was revived, and for a little while Wallach really thought that they'd get to build it after all. But De Castro turned it down again. Wallach had now spent more than a decade working on computing equipment. He'd had a hand in the design of 5 computers, all good designs, in his opinion. He had worked long hours on all of them. He had put himself into those creatures of metal and silicon. And he had seen only one of them come to functional life, and in that case the customer had decided not to buy the machine. When Ego 2 got shot down, Wallach went home again, in a rage. Once more, he stayed away for 2 weeks, but when he came back, he was still angry. He got angrier when West suggested that he create the architecture for a 32-bit Eclipse, because the constraints upon Eagle seemed imprisoning. Eagle would be backward and messy. What a come-down working on it would be. Clearly, however, Wallach was a man who was ready to get a machine out the door. The soles of Wallach's cowboy boots faced his office door. He was stretched out in his chair, his feet up on his desk. He was slender, not skinny, with wavy brown hair that was slicked back but still a little unruly. His complexion was pale, for making computers as an indoor occupation, and not much vitamin D got into the basement. He was in his mid-30s. Wallach had his own, real, if windowless office, down the hall from West's. It was just like West's in its skeleton but differently adorned. Here, enthusiasm lay under less than strict control. Papers lay all over the flat surfaces. Ferns in pots hung from the ceiling. Stuck with pins to the walls were cartoons, T-shirts, posters, postcards, and, over by the doorway, a brown paper bag, a joke, the figurative bag on the side of Eclipse given material shape. One of Wallach's posters was a blown-up reproduction of Saul Steinberg's droll cartoon depicting the United States. New York City occupies the entire foreground of the picture, California is awarded a much smaller, but significant, space in the background, and the states in between take up about as much room as the lettuce in a club sandwich. Wallach said he liked this poster for its accuracy. It also made him think of North Carolina, one of those states that got short shrift in the cartoon. Wallach had been offered the chance to go south with FHP. Indeed, he had been encouraged to go. Why had he refused? I thought North Carolina sucked, he explained. I told them, that's not a place where I want to bring up my wife and family. I was given a tour of Chapel Hill and somebody told me that more people per capita read the New York Times in Chapel Hill than in all the rest of the state. I said, it sounds like the Warsaw Ghetto you just described. Hey, when I wake up in the morning I want to hear the stock market report on the radio, not the price of tobacco and hogs. And what they considered good food, I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. Wallach sniffs, wrinkles his nose, and then delivers such lines with his chin forward, as if daring someone to hit it. I said, that's not a place where I want to bring up my wife and children. He made me laugh. He watched, smiling. Carl Alsing gleefully related that once, when an engineer in the basement was describing how rough it had been to grow up in India, Wallach burst in declaiming that India was easy, that man should have tried growing up in Brooklyn, where you had to fight your way from one ethnic neighborhood to another just to get to school. Wallach remembered that when he was very young, another boy on his street punched him and he didn't hit back. His father punished him for this failure to retaliate. Asked to describe his old neighborhood, Wallach said, let's put it this way. You learn very quickly that if someone hits you, you hit them back twice as hard, so they won't hit you again. When I met Wallach, he was living in a residential neighborhood in Framingham, Massachusetts, in a new and prosperous-looking housing development. His house was gray and clapboarded in the colonial style. It was pretty. Inside, it was immaculate. He sat in his living room on a white easy chair telling what amounted to old war stories. One concerned an executive whom Wallach had believed to be an enemy of the Eclipse Group. Wallach had decided to play with the turkey's mind. For a week, every time he ran into this man, Wallach would smile at him. The following week, however, whenever Wallach encountered the man, he would make himself look sad. Finally, the executive could stand it no longer and asked for an explanation, which was what Wallach had been waiting for. Steve, how come you're so happy to see me sometimes, and then sometimes you look like you wish I wasn't there? I don't know, said Wallach. I'm very moody. Then, recalled Wallach, I went into my office, closed the door, and got hysterical. Wallach's wife overheard this tale. "Steve, that's terrible," she said. "I live with this," she added, turning to me. But I noticed that she was smiling. While Wallach was talking in this vein, his 4-year-old daughter was circling the room on roller skates, across the wall-to-wall carpeting. Considering the whiteness of his chair and his proclivity to battle, I expected Wallach to yell at her at any moment, but I soon got the feeling that he did not often raise his voice in anger while at home. When the little girl skated up behind him and planted a wet, loud kiss on his cheek, Wallach beamed. "That's why you have daughters." You had to understand the context in which Wallach practiced his martial arts. His swords were usually technical issues, and he left them at work. Moreover, in the last few years, he had been sorely provoked. He felt, he said, like an animal thrown in a cage. In this situation, Wallach allowed, he was a rough customer. On one of his many visits to North Carolina during the so-called Ego Wars, he was presented with a poster depicting the hideous face of the arch-villain of Star Wars, Darth Vader himself. "We got this just for you," Wallach was told. He liked to tell that story. When FHP's removal south had been announced, Wallach had felt robbed and insulted. Then he had felt astonished and dismayed when he had read the article in the Globe that seemed to have De Castro denigrating the engineers at Westboro. Wallach called up the reporter. Pretending to be an important Data General executive, he badgered the fellow into reading his notes over the phone. On the basis of this conversation, Wallach decided that De Castro had been quoted out of context. But the story left a bad taste. Wallach heard the people who were going south with FHP say that North Carolina was where the action was and would be from now on. He became convinced that neither the defectors to North Carolina nor De Castro himself believed that the stay-behinds at Westboro would produce significant machines in the future. He took the whole affair as a personal insult. A slap in the face. He had to retaliate. Working on ego was his first attempt to do so. Like I said, I'm a fighter, and the challenge was to prove the man in the corner office and North Carolina wrong. In the Ego Wars, Wallach served as West's Hessian. West didn't feel angry toward North Carolina, nor could he afford to appear hostile. But arguments are arguments, certain nasty things had to be said. Wallach was good at saying them and happy to do it. He served, he said afterward, as West's gun in the shootouts. But in the end Wallach got beaten. Ego was cancelled, not because it wasn't a good design, but because it was too good, too much of a threat to steal the show from North Carolina. West never fully believed this, but Wallach always did. When West started talking, after all of that, about building a 32-bit Eclipse, Wallach sneered, partly because it seemed to him that this was just the sort of project that North Carolina would have wished on him, an insignificant, kludgy machine that probably wouldn't get out the door. He'd rather stand in honorable defiance than work on such a thing. He was quitting the fight, he said, and soon he would leave Data General. Meanwhile, thinking in the fastness of his office, West decided that he had made a mistake. He had not presented Eagle in the proper light to Wallach. Over the next few weeks, he had many long conversations with the reluctant architect. He listened to Wallach's complaints. He agreed that Wallach had been treated badly. But haven't you realized yet that the way to prove someone wrong is to build the right thing? West asked, time and time again. Finally, somewhat exasperated, but also suspecting that Wallach was ready to yield, West forced the issue. Either you do this or your job description is inoperative, he said to Wallach one day. The phrasing appealed greatly to Wallach, and he could see that West was probably right. Conceiving architectures was his job and Eagle was the only project around that needed an architect. But Wallach had seen too many projects cancelled in spite of their merits to believe that Eagle would go out the door just because it promised to be a good commercial machine. He wasn't going that route again. Wallach wanted to talk to De Castro. This was not a completely extraordinary request. De Castro's office, Wallach knew, would usually open for an engineer who had something to say. As Wallach remembered it later, for those who questioned him about it, this was the gist of his conversation with the president. "Can I be straight with you?" asks Wallach. De Castro nods. "Okay," says Wallach. "What the fuck do you want?" "I want a 32-bit Eclipse," says De Castro. "Are you sure? If we do this, you won't cancel it on us? You'll leave us alone?" "That's what I want, a 32-bit Eclipse and no mode bit." Wallach returned to West's office, and now, at long last and sniffing, he said, "Okay, Tom, one more time." "The document's yours," West replied. "You gotta do it fast." Wallach went to his office and closed the door. Some months later, a careful examination of Wallach's quarters revealed many scuff marks etched in shoe polish low down along his walls, and there was a dent higher up on one wall. These were bruises, left over from Wallach's labor on the machine. When he sat down, alone, in his office, Wallach reasoned that since the whole purpose of this ridiculous undertaking was 32-bithood, the enlargement of the Eclipse's logical address space from 65,000 to 4.3 billion storage compartments, he might as well begin by figuring out how the compartments would be organized, managed, and the information in them protected. He further decided, he called this the methodical engineering approach, to worry about memory management first. Clearing a space on his desk, he placed a yellow legal pad in front of him and drew a picture of the standard 32-bit address, a box containing 32 bits, which looked like this. He began to divide up the space inside this box. If you imagine the computer's storage, its memory, to be a large collection of telephones, then what Wallach was doing might be described as designing a logical system by which phones and groups of phones could be easily identified, a system of area codes, for instance. Next to Wallach's desk stood several tall metal bookcases. Their shelves from floor to ceiling were stuffed with loose-leaf binders and fat volumes in plain covers that bore titles such as Parallelism in Hardware and Software, Real and Apparent Concurrency. The binders contained specifications for nearly every sort of computer ever made and for some that had never been constructed. Wallach called his bookcase Data General's de facto library. He claimed that he had most of this library in his head. From time to time, he wheeled around in his chair and took a binder down from the bookcase. By the end of the day, Wallach had roughed out the divisions of the standard 32-bit address, and he said to himself, "Okay, great. So far I've done nothing." He gave the wall near his door a kick as he left. Wallach wasn't ready to admit that he was having fun. But he was back in his office early the next morning. He had a workable general plan for managing memory. Now for the question of how to protect the stored information. This had become one of the important questions in the computer industry. It had arisen largely because of a practice called time sharing. In the basement of Westboro, for example, every engineer had a computer terminal, typewriter-like keyboard plus video screen, and most of these terminals were hooked up to a single large Eclipse, located some distance away, behind one of the locked doors that warned against unauthorized entry. So long as the central computer didn't become overloaded, each of the engineers, at his separate desk, could enjoy the illusion that he alone had access to the computer, though in fact they were all sharing it. It was a common sort of system. Much more exotic ones existed. Time sharing already took place not only within buildings, but between them and across continents and oceans. Increasingly, computers communicated with other computers across vast distances. Many organizations stored very valuable information in their computers. In a sense, banks store their money in computer systems, and oil companies store their crown jewels, their seismic information, in computerized data banks. Publicized cases of thievery and espionage by computer were legion at this time. Experts generally agreed that most electronic criminals were never caught and that many who were never got prosecuted, because an organization that had been successfully attacked either didn't want the embarrassing publicity or feared that the news would encourage other raids. Many people had taken a crack at solving such problems, notably a group of engineers and computer scientists at MIT who worked with money from the Department of Defense on a project called Multics. In the late 60s, they produced a complex plan for making time-sharing systems secure. It was a clever plan. But many experts believed that no system of protection yet devised could withstand the efforts of smart pranksters or thieves bent on foiling it. One organization had purchased a very fine system for protecting its computerized data banks, but a determined group had cracked it. Pretending to be the manufacturer of the security system, they had sent to the organization a bogus set of revisions to the system software. Without affecting the system's performance, these revisions left open a trapdoor, through which the thieves were able to withdraw important information from the organization's data bank. The anecdote was one of Wallach's favorites. "I'm not gonna try and solve the world's problems here," he conceded. He'd forget about trying to stymie the malicious user and concentrate instead on preventing accidental damage. Inadvertently, users of a time-sharing system could alter the contents of the host computer's memory and in this way destroy valuable data and foul up system software. Plans such as Multics were workable solutions to this problem. Wallach was proceeding almost on instinct now. In his 2 years of work on FHP, he believed he had read every published description of every system for protection that had ever been devised. In the ordinary case, an architect might linger over the various possibilities for months. Wallach didn't have time for that, and he really didn't need it. Very quickly, he chose what he believed to be the simplest and best general solution, the general idea that came out of Multics, which DEC, as it happened, had used in the VAX. This was a system of rings. Picture an army encampment in which all the tents are arranged in several concentric rings. The general's tent lies at the center, and he can move freely from one ring of tents to another. In the next ring out from the center live the colonels, say, and they can move from their ring into any outer ring as they please, but they can't intrude on the general's ring without his dispensation. The same rules apply all the way to the outermost ring, where the privates reside. They have no special privileges, they can't move into any ring inside their own without permission. Analogously, each ring defines some part of the computer's memory. How does the computer mediate a user's access to these various areas? In the general case, it compares two numbers, the number of the ring to which the user has free access and the number of the ring that the user wants to get into. If the user's ring number is smaller than or equal to the number of the ring that the user wants to enter, the user is allowed to go in. But how should ring numbers be assigned to the compartments of memory? That was the question before Wallach. With the VAX, DEC's engineers had solved the problems of memory management and the protection of memory separately. Each compartment in memory had an address, and each compartment also had a separate ring number, which was produced and checked by a special set of hardware. Wallach had studied the specs on VAX. He didn't like that approach. From the back of his mind came the recollection of a conversation he'd had at a conference of engineers from different companies some years before. At such convocations, the usual way of getting acquainted is to ask other engineers what projects they've worked on. Wallach remembered an engineer telling him about a ring system he'd thought up and never built, in which ring numbers and addresses were mingled. Wallach had gotten the fellow to send him a spec, it had looked a little clumsy to him. But there was the germ of something there. Wallach drew another diagram of the standard 32-bit address. The first 3 bits of the address would contain the segment number of a memory compartment, in the telephone analogy, a given compartment's area code. The other bits would define the rest of the address, but Wallach wasn't interested in them just now. He was pondering the first 3 bits. Suddenly, without thinking about it, he was drawing another box below the first box. The diagram now looked like this: the segment number, the area code, would be the same as the ring number, which defined the level of security to which the compartment would be assigned. 3 bits can be combined in 8 different ways. So there would be 8 rings, 8 levels of security, and 8 segments, 8 area codes, in the memory system. The area codes would themselves indicate which ring was forbidden to whom. Although they are generally shy about claiming to have had one, engineers often speak of the golden moment in order to describe the feeling. It comes rarely enough, when the scales fall from a designer's eyes and a problem's right solution is suddenly there. The chief virtue of Wallach's scheme was its simplicity. It would be relatively cheap and easy to implement in hardware and software, and it should work efficiently and reliably. When Alsing saw Wallach's brief description of the plan, he said to Wallach, "That's nice." Later, out of Wallach's earshot, he said more. Rings have been around. They're old hat. What makes Wallach a good data general engineer is that he came up with a really elegant subset of those ideas: simple, sweet, cheap, efficient, clean. And I can't believe I just said that about Wallach. As for Wallach, after he had drawn the diagram, he stared at it, wondering for a moment, where did that come from? He kept eyeing it. That looks pretty cool. For the next couple of days Wallach played with the idea, until he was sure it would work. Then he pulled his computer terminal in front of him and wrote up a memo, which told how others had handled memory management and protection in the past and which described his own general scheme. Near the end of the memo, his sarcasm rose. He described the plan as a kludge, but a better one than DEC had put into VAX. He kicked his walls a few times. The idea of placing that neat, clean structure on top of the outdated structure of the Eclipse repelled him. It was as if he had invented a particularly nice kind of arch for the doorway of a supermarket. Wallach was a scholar of computer architectures. He knew by heart the works of the Michelangelos, the Frank Lloyd Wrights and the Gaudis of the computer profession. He imagined himself standing in front of a room full of experts when Eagle was all done. They would question him about the architecture, inserting sharp little knives in his flank and then twisting them. "Why didn't you do it this way, Steve, when it's obviously better?" And, as he imagined it, his only possible defense would be to plead weakly and traitorously that the company had prevented him from really showing his stuff. The cause of this fretting lay mainly with the instruction set. These are the basic operations that the computer's builders equip it to perform. Typically, instructions bear such names as ADD, which means the computer should perform addition, and skip on equal, which tells the machine to compare two values and if they are equal to skip the next step in a program. Today, there are a couple hundred instructions or so in most minicomputer sets. A large part of the art of designing a computer's architecture lies in selecting just the right set of instructions and in making each instruction as versatile as possible. This art had advanced a great deal since the invention of the Eclipse. But in order to be fully compatible with Eclipses, Eagle would have to contain the same old instruction set in its entirety. DEC had not tried to do that. VAX was not fully compatible with DEC's old 16-bit machines. DEC had given up full compatibility for the sake of giving VAX what Wallach called a wonderful, super instruction set. He was somewhat biased. Ego's instruction set had resembled VAX's. Both were examples of the state-of-the-art. The eclipse's instruction set was an example of what that state used to be. For many months, Wallach would continue to mourn ego outwardly and to tell anyone who was interested that if some expert asked him someday why he hadn't invented a better instruction set, he would spill the beans. He'd tell them he had been forbidden to use a mode bit. I'll say it was because I was told that these were management's objectives and I was told that I couldn't work on the machine if I wouldn't fit in with management's objectives. But in his own mind, he was changing his tune. He was getting to like the looks of this architecture. He was starting to think of it not as a wart on a wart, but as a clean design with a wart on it. The wart was the Eclipse instruction set, virtually every part of which Eagle would have to contain, for the sake of compatibility. But there were some other empty corners of this canvas, aside from memory management and protection, chiefly, the new 32-bit Eagle instructions. Wallach came up with some that he liked a great deal. In fact, he even found a way to slip in a well-disguised equivalent of a mode bit, which would have allowed him to define a wholly new set of Eagle instructions, ones not at all derivative of Eclipse. But he didn't disguise the mode bit well enough. West found him out. "We're not gonna do that," he said to Wallach. Wallach went back to his office and punched the wall near his door. But West did let his adjutant put into Eagle some new instructions that weren't Eclipse-like. Not all the ideas for new instructions came from Wallach, but sometimes it worked this way. They developed a routine. Wallach would bring West an idea for a new instruction. West would say that it looked like a win, but that it wasn't Eclipse-like. Wallach knew what that meant. If the wrong people saw this new instruction in the spec, it might cause a stir. People upstairs and in North Carolina might get the idea that Eagle was, after all, intended as a challenger to FHP, which it certainly was. So Wallach would take the idea for the new instruction to friends working in system software, and the system programmers would approve the idea. They and Wallach would sit down and fully define the new, non-Eclipse-like instruction, and then Wallach would ask them to write a memo to the Eclipse group, requesting that this instruction be put into Eagle. They wrote the memo, said Wallach, so that the idea would be perceived as coming from them, just in case we ever got called on it. Wallach went on, "A lot of things we did were unique to that environment. It's clear they weren't always the way things should be done. But you enjoyed doing things that way?" I suggested. "We all enjoyed it," he said. "Anytime you do anything on the sly, it's always more interesting than if you do it up front." After his discovery of the basic scheme for memory management and protection, Wallach had to work out the details, in many long and sometimes loud arguments with Ken Holberger, sublieutenant of the Hardy Boys, who were going to have to implement the architecture. For technical argument, Wallach found Holberger to be a worthy adversary, and on the whole he enjoyed those debates. Next, all of the instructions had to be defined, as did the precise mechanism by which Eagle would move smoothly, and without the intervention of the user, from programs written for 16-bit Eclipses to ones made for a 32-bit machine. This was a tricky, time-consuming piece of work. Wallach also had to collect all these details and schemes in a document. He took great pains with this volume. He called it My Book, and refining it, rewrote it 7 times over the following months. This book was some 200 pages long, and at the beginnings of each chapter he placed a famous or semi-famous quotation. Wallach said he never read technical tracts outside of work and that he shared West's suspicions about people who did. At home, he said, he mainly read Playboy. "I read the short stories. I really do. Yeah, I look at the pictures, but I like the stories." He laughed. He had not read widely in the classics. So the epigraphs for his book didn't come to him without effort. He took the quotes from Victor Hugo, Nietzsche, Shakespeare, T. S. Eliot, Santayana and Fdr. Some were playful and some downright witty, if you understood the context. At the top of the chapter about the instruction set, for instance, he placed this quote from Macbeth, "We still have judgment here, that we but teach bloody instructions, Wallach's cap." Which, being taught, returned to plague the inventor. For the chapter about his elegant scheme of memory management, he chose these verses from Tolkien's Lord of the Rings: "It cannot be seen, cannot be felt, cannot be heard, cannot be smelt, it lies behind stars and under hills and empty holes it fills." Wallach spent about 20 hours in the Framingham Public Library, with his nose in Bartlett's familiar quotations and dipping into some of the actual works, just in order to add these flourishes to his spec. They added something. They revealed the class of feelings that Wallach brought to his job. If he was a Hessian, he was a passionate one, and with the quotations he signed his name to his piece of the new computer. Wallach actually spent far more time looking up epigraphs than it took him to discover the right way to manage and protect the computer's memory. But that small golden moment colored everything else for him. As he saw it, the rest of the plan simply unfolded from that one idea. It was a good omen. How do such moments occur? "Hey," Wallach said, "no one knows how that works." He remembered that during the time when he was working on the Navy computer for Raytheon, the one that got built and then scrapped, he was at a wedding and the solution to a different sort of problem popped into his mind. He wrote it down quickly on the cover of a matchbook. "I will be constantly chugging away in my mind," he explained, making an exhaustive search of my data bank. 5 Midnight Programmer IT was the hour of insomniacs. In the basement of Westboro, the corridors and cubicles stood empty and in shadows. Carl Alsing's cluttered little area made a small rectangle of light. Strewn before me across the surface of his desk, like the relics of a party, lay dozens of roughly drawn maps. They consisted of circles, inside of which were scrawled names such as Dirty Passage, Hall of Mists, Hall of the Mountain King, Complex Junction, Splendid Chamber, Bedquilt, and Wit's End. Webs of lines connected the circles, and each line was labeled, some with points of the compass, some with the words up and down. Here and there on the maps were notations: water here, oil here, and damn that pirate. In the midst of all this paper sat Alsing's computer terminal. On the screen of the tube in white letters, like the little voice that whispers in a wild gambler's ear, this message stood: "Are you sure you want to quit now?" Alsing had offered to demonstrate midnight programming, and now, early in the winter of 1979, he had made good on the promise. He was sitting beside his desk with his hands folded, wearing his soft, sneaky smile. For hours, he had been watching me play the game Adventure. "You really got into it," he said. "That's good." When first invented, the program for Adventure had traveled widely, like a chain letter, from coast to coast among computer engineers and buffs. It had arrived in Westboro just in time for the aftermath of the Ego Wars. It was everywhere by now, grade schoolers were playing it. In the game, the computer appears to create for you an underground world, called Colossal Cave. It moves you through it in response to your commands. The computer seems to act as game board, rule keeper and, when you foul up, as both assistant and adversary. You move by typing out directions on the keyboard at your terminal. If you spell out these directions in full a few times, a message will appear on your screen, saying, "If you prefer, simply type N rather than North." How did the computer know to do that? "I don't know," said Alsing, coyly. "Sometimes it's perceptive, other times just dumb." After you have moved, a message appears on the screen telling you where you are and what you are confronting. You must respond, in 2 words or less, both to opportunities, treasure or tools lying on the floor of some chamber, and to threats and challenges: the hatchet-hurling dwarf, the snake, the troll who guards the bridge, the dragon. If, for instance, you want to get past the rusty door in one of the chambers, you have to think of what will conquer rust, then you have to remember where it was you saw that pool of oil, then you have to type in step-by-step instructions to get back to that oil, and then, because the computer will let you carry only so many things, you may have to drop one of your tools or treasures, drop gold coins, you might write, and then type in, take oil. Of course, you must already be holding a container for the oil. Then you have to retrace your steps back to the rusty door and type, oil door. This method of travel and maneuver takes some getting used to, but after a while it's as easy as driving a car. The game is a harrowing of hell. Earlier that night, traveling more or less at random and without maps, I had stumbled into a place that the message on the screen described this way: you are in a maze of twisty little passages, all different, so I typed, northwest, in a hurry, hoping to get out of there by going back the way I'd come. But the screen responded, you are in a twisty maze of little passages, all different. If you are susceptible to adventure, you get worried at this point. I had the feeling I was lost in a forest, and I acted as no smart woodsman would, heading off in this direction, then heading off in that, and getting nowhere. Then I heard Alsing chuckle. Ah, I love it. I thrashed around in that maze a while longer. Finally, Alsing said, look carefully at the messages on the screen. They're all the same. No, they're not. Each chamber of this maze within the big labyrinth had a slightly different and unique address, formed by a particular arrangement of the words twisty, little, passages, and maze. And what do you do when you get lost? Asked Alsing. You make maps, of course. Alsing sat back and nodded, smiling, the complacent schoolmaster, one of the roles he played at the beginning of Eagle. Later on, though, I wandered into a maze that really scared me. You are in a maze of twisty little passages, all alike. You have to find your way around this maze if you hope to begin to master adventure, because this one contains the vending machine with the batteries for your indispensable flashlight and, moreover, harbors the lair of the kleptomaniacal pirate who is forever sneaking up behind you and snatching away your treasures. But how do you find your way around a maze in which all the chambers are the same? You must do what Hansel and Gretel tried to do, more or less, drop something on the floor of every chamber to leave a trail marking where you've been. That isn't the worst maze, however. You can get caught in wit's end and think that you'll never get out. Some of the engineers at Westboro who had come close to mastering the entire game believed that the only way out of wit's end was to tell the computer you want to commit suicide, axe me. That works, you get reincarnated shortly afterward. But you lose points. Suicide isn't the best solution. I myself did not get as far as wit's end, however, but quit while in the maze. That was all alike. And though the computer seemed reluctant to let me go, do you really want to quit now? I stood firm. Alsing got up and led the way toward the cafeteria. He got us lost in the corridors of the basement. No doubt that was his plan, though he denied it. Intentional or not, our getting lost allowed him to cry out, the twisty little passages of Data General. It was the time of night when the odd feeling of not being quite in focus comes and goes, and all things are mysterious. I resisted this feeling. It seemed worth remembering that adventure is just a program, a series of step-by-step commands stored in electrical code inside the computer. How can the machine perform its tricks? The general answer lies in the fact that computers can follow conditional instructions. They can take two values and compare them, that comes down to simple arithmetic, and, if so commanded, can perform one action if the values are equal and another if they are not. In this ability to follow conditional instructions, an ability built into the machine, lies much of the computer's power. You can set before it, in sequence, bifurcating webs of conditional instructions, until the machine appears to make sophisticated decisions on its own. When we had returned from our adventure finding coffee, I asked Alsing how he felt about the question, 20 years old now and really unresolved, of whether or not it's theoretically possible to imbue a computer with intelligence, to create in a machine, as they say, artificial intelligence. Alsing stepped around the question. Artificial intelligence takes you away from your own trip. What you want to do is look at the wheels of the machine, and if you like them, have fun. To the two computers that the Eclipse group used, the engineers had given the names Woodstock and Trixie, after characters in comic strips. They often spoke about these computers as if they had personalities. When especially frustrated, one microkid would walk into the lab where Trixie resided and yell at the machine. Alsing said, "A lot of people are really tired of anthropomorphizing computers, but it sure is an easy way to talk about them. You can anthropomorphize your car and the analogy works, and then at some level it doesn't. We anthropomorphize big business, the military and so on, as some strange creatures with alien personalities. I think that's sane, I think that's normal. You tend to have to anthropomorphize the computer. It presents a face, a person to me, a person in 1,000 different ways." He drew his chair up to his terminal and typed a few letters, a short code that put him in touch with Trixie, which was the machine reserved for the use of his microcoding team. "We've anthropomorphized Trixie to a ridiculous extent," he said. He typed WHO. On the dark blue screen of the cathode ray tube, with alacrity, an answer appeared, "Carl." "Where?" typed Alsing. "In the road, where else?" Trixie replied. "How?" Error read the message on the screen. "Oh, yeah, I forgot," said Alsing, and he typed, "Please how?" "That's for us to know and you to find out." Alsing seemed satisfied with that, and he typed, "When?" "Right fucking now," wrote the machine. "Why?" wrote Alsing. "Because we like to, Carl." One of Alsing's microkids had programmed Trixie to deliver these impertinent responses. In a real sense, Alsing was conversing with a member of his team. "I think," one of them said as much, "that if the microkid's computer had ever started talking back to them all on its own, they would have ripped its wires out." Anthropomorphizing Trixie was just a game, and by no means the most sophisticated that Alsing played with his team. They were the imps of the Eclipse group and their computer showed it. Assembled from the comments of a few of the young men on the team, the typical engineer, an imaginary creature perhaps, wears a white undershirt and a plastic pouch known to some as a nerd pack in his breast pocket, in order to keep his pens from soiling his clothes. An electronic calculator, used to be a slide rule, hangs like a ring of janitor's keys from his belt. Jim Geyer of the Hardy Boys, who wore a beard and drove a large motorcycle, added, "A lot of people think that an engineer is shut off in a little corner and doesn't give a damn about anything else except his own little thing," Geyer said. "They exist. And they're the most obvious engineers, because in their isolation they're obvious." When first encountered, Alsing might seem to fit this description. He could be taken for one accustomed to dark corners. In this respect, as in others, he is deceiving. Alsing is tall, over 6 feet, but he doesn't seem to realize it and he doesn't look that big. He is neither fat nor thin. He keeps his hair cut fairly short. Often his dress looks sloppy, not deliberately or extremely so, but slightly careless. He speaks softly, as a rule, and the pitch of his voice, though not at all squeaky, is high. About his hands, the way he folds them in his lap or puts them together under his chin, there is something delicate. One acquaintance of his said, "He looks uncoordinated." In fact, Alsing does not play many physical games, though on a vacation in the Caribbean he took up scuba diving. Ham radio is an old hobby of his. I thought that I could see in him the lonely childhood behind him. He would have been the last boy picked in every schoolyard game, the one who threw a ball like a girl. But Alsing is gregarious. He set out some years back to master social gracefulness, and it shows. He will sit down in a strange living room, fold his hands neatly in his lap, and listen. You can forget that he is there, until gradually, so delicately you hardly notice, he enters the conversation. After several such occasions, people who had just met Alsing said to me, "He's really smart and interesting, isn't he?" By the time the Eagle Project began, Alsing had attained the age of 35, which made him very elderly within the group, but he was a clever and playful old codger. His eyes would dart around. His eyebrows would dance, they'd do his winking for him. When he'd close his mouth and let a little smile creep across his cheeks, in each one was carved a line in the shape of a half moon, then it was time to be on guard, for a game, a trick or a joke. Alsing's childhood did not leave him with an abundance of sweet memories. Discovering the telephone was one of his fondest. When he was 8 and in 3rd grade, his family moved from central Massachusetts to Evansville, Indiana. He loathed that place. I was smaller, paler, weaker, less rugged, and I had a funny accent. I remember discovering in 3rd grade that there was a pecking order, "Hey, there's a pile and I'm on the bottom of it." I was a very depressed kid in 3rd grade. He vividly recalled the day when he skipped recess, usually a painful event for him anyway, and instead worked at his desk on the design of a telephone. He wanted to find out how the thing could possibly capture a voice. It seemed to him an improbable instrument, one that shouldn't work. He read about telephones in several encyclopedias. Then he took the family phone apart. Finally, he figured it out to his satisfaction. This was a fantastic high, something I could get absorbed in and forget that I had these other social problems. One day, while at home in Evansville, he was prowling around the basement and noticed wires running across the ceiling of the coal bin. He traced them back to the phone upstairs. He got a hold of some batteries, an old microphone and an ancient set of earphones, and from the coal bin, sitting there all alone in the grime, with the earphones on, he tapped the family's telephone. Once in a while, he accidentally short-circuited it, but his father, an engineer for Westinghouse who designed refrigerators, was indulgent on that score. Some years later, Alsing's family returned to New England, and he enrolled at the University of Massachusetts. He made mostly poor marks. Then, in his junior year, he took a course in the theory of digital circuits. It entailed, as such courses always do, the study of Boolean algebra. Alsing's world was never the same after that. Fathoming this algebra, Alsing felt as some children do when all at once they know how to read. Boolean algebra was something that made perfect sense, and thus it was a rare commodity for him. He called it beautiful. At the heart of the computer lies a device made up largely of transistors. Engineers call this device a gate, and the analogy is apt. You might think of it as a newfangled, automatic barnyard gate in an electrical fence. If the gate is closed, current flows through it along the length of the fence, but the current stops at the gate when it stands open. You open and close this gate by sending signals to it down 2 or more, let's say it's 2 control wires. How can you add 2 numbers together with electricity? For Alsing, the question had the force of those that the telephone had long ago aroused in him. You assumed, first of all, that you were going to do your adding in binary arithmetic. It was simple, once you got the hang of it. You can count as high as you like in binary, but you use only the integers 0 and 1. The 0 of the familiar decimal arithmetic is 0 in binary, and the 1 in decimal is also 1 in binary, but 2 in decimal is 10 in binary, 3 is 11, and so on. Next, you let a high voltage represent the binary integer 1 and a low voltage represent the binary integer 0. Then you build a gate, which for all practical purposes is a binary device, it's either opened or closed. When opened it passes on a low voltage, which stands for 0, closed, it passes on the symbol for 1. What's crucial is how this gate responds to signals from the two wires that control it. You can build your gate in such a way that it will close and pass on the electrical symbol for a 1 if, and only if, one of its control wires sends it a 1 and the other sends it a 0. A gate built this way thus will add 0 and 1 and yield the right answer every time. But if you want to add 1 and 1 and get the right answer, which is binary 10, then you have to modify your circuit, and if you want to add large numbers together, you have to build a large array of gates and control wires. Suppose you want to build an adder that can combine two 32-bit packets. The diagram for such a circuit looks forbiddingly complex. How can you be sure that for every possible set of signals you put into this circuit, it will produce just the right pattern of opened and closed gates to yield up the right answer? You need a set of rules. Boolean algebra, for instance. Conventional algebra sets rules about the relationships between numbers. Boolean algebra expresses relationships between statements. It is a system of logic, it sets general conditions under which combinations of statements are either true or false. In this sense, it is a binary system. What Alsing studied was in fact a simplified form of Boolean algebra, one that had been tailored to digital circuits. If, and only if, A is true and B is true, then their combination is also true, that is one of the statements of the algebra. There are others, and it turns out that gates can be built so that they behave precisely according to these statements. Indeed, the kinds of gates are named for the Boolean statements that they mimic. There are, among others, AND gates, NAND gates, OR gates, NOR gates. Boolean algebra provides one systematic way for engineers to design their circuits. It is less important for that purpose than formerly, but it was a crucial tool in Alsing's college days. The time was the middle 60s. The computer was a famous and closely held marvel. The day had not arrived when curious undergraduates could buy the parts and figure out the thing by building one themselves. But here, in the course that Alsing took, lay the secret of the machine. It was so simple, so elegant, he said. He got an A in that course. So he took a course in how to program a computer by using a high-level computer language called Fortran, which was developed for scientists mainly. Alsing got an A in that. He flunked everything else, because of an actual computer. It was an IBM machine, archaic now but gaudy then. The university owned it, in effect, and it lay inside a room that none but the machine's professional caretakers could enter during the day. But Alsing found out that a student could just walk into that room at night and play with the computer. Alsing didn't drink much and he never took any other drugs. I was a midnight programmer, he confessed. During the first nights after he learned to write a computer program, Alsing would go off from the computer room and search the empty building, looking for a classroom with a blackboard and some chalk. He posed problems for himself and on the blackboard wrote up little programs for their automatic solution. Then he hurried back to the computer to try out his programs on the machine. That was what made it fun, he could actually touch the machine and make it obey him. I'd run a little program and when it worked, I'd get a little high, and then I'd do another. It was neat. I loved writing programs. I could control the machine. I could make it express my own thoughts. It was an expansion of the mind to have a computer. About 10 other young, male undergraduates regularly attended these sessions of midnight programming. It was a whole subculture. It's been popularized now, but it was a secret cult in my days, said Alsing. The game of programming, and it is a game, was so fascinating. We'd stay up all night and experience it. It really is like a drug, I think. A few of his fellow midnight programmers began to ignore their girlfriends and eventually lost them for the sake of playing with the machine all night. Some started sleeping days and missed all their classes, thereby ruining their grades. Alsing and a few others flunked out of school. In a book called Computer Power and Human Reason, a professor of computer science at MIT named Joseph Weizenbaum writes of a malady he calls the compulsion to program. He describes the afflicted as bright young men of disheveled appearance, often with sunken, glowing eyes, who play out megalomaniacal fantasies of omnipotence. At computer consoles, they sit at their machines, he writes, their arms tensed and waiting to fire their fingers, already poised to strike, at the buttons and keys on which their attention seems to be as riveted as a gambler's on the rolling dice. Was this a portrait of Alsing playing with that old IBM? In order to explain the hold that machine once had on him, Alsing had insisted that we confront Trixie late at night. As if preparing for a journey or an execution, we had dined well that evening. And when we'd gotten to the basement, he'd decided to start me on the way to addiction with small stuff, that is, with adventure. I'd played and played. One by one the night owls of the basement, and there were many in the Eclipse group then, had departed. I'd kept on playing. When I finally quit, I felt weary in my bones. I was actually sweating, my shirt stuck to my back. Things around me kept going in and out of focus. I looked at Alsing, and the rims of his eyes were red. He said he could remember experiencing weariness like this during his midnight programming days, but he had been younger then. Weariness had been a badge and part of the fun. Some of his cohorts had suffered, it was true. But college kids are vulnerable. They can get taken down by girls, or drink, or by programming. As for him, he felt that he had gained far more than he had lost. Up until that year when he discovered the machine, his life, every way he had looked at it, had seemed chaotic. He had done fairly well in a course in psychology, but in nothing else. He had proven to himself that he was an inveterate failure. Now, finally, he felt truly interested in something. He left college for a year. When he came back, he took a number of courses in electrical engineering and became a straight-A student. He took a job with DEC when he graduated, then went to Data General, partly because he thought it would be a lively place to work. He got that idea from the famous first ad and from the angry talk about Data General he heard in the hallways at DEC. At Data General, the number of your security badge reflects your longevity, the lower the number, the longer your service. By 1979 new employees were receiving badges numbered in 5 figures. Alsing wore number 150, which was low enough to confer upon him some status and, he thought, perhaps a measure of security. According to several stories, De Castro had shown a special loyalty toward those who had joined his company early on and stayed. At Data General, Alsing became a microcoder. In fact, he was Data General's first and most prolific one. Most new microcoders, on their first job, have the odd feeling that what they're doing can't possibly be real. I didn't fully believe, until I saw it work, that microcode wasn't just a lie, said Alsing's main submanager, Chuck Holland, remembering the first code that he wrote. At the level of the microcode, physical and abstract meet. The microcode controls the actual circuits. A stairway of sorts leads down into a computer. At the top stand the high-level languages. A number of these exist, and more are on the way all the time. They vaguely resemble human languages, and they remain the same no matter what computer a programmer uses. Alsing wanted me to write a little program in the high-level language called BASIC, which resembles a Pidgin English. In one part of my program I ordered a simple division of two numbers, a command that in BASIC is represented by a slash. I typed the program into Trixie via Alsing's terminal. What happened to the inside Trixie's storage system lay a number of programs called interpreters. There was one for BASIC, and that interpreter program worked on my high-level program. Actually, the interpreter gave Trixie instructions as to how to begin translating my program into instructions that Trixie's circuits could respond to. Computers compute in order to compute. The interpreter for BASIC had Trixie translate that into so-called assembly language. It is commonplace today for programmers to stick exclusively to high-level languages and never look inside their machines. Alsing felt that they were missing something. He remembered learning assembly language during his time of midnight programming. It was neat to learn it.
I could skip the middleman and talk right to the machine.
It was also great for me to learn that priestly language.
I could talk to God,
just like IBM. Written down outside the machine, assembly language is a list of mnemonics, such as ADD, skip on equal, and so on. It contains the names of all the roughly 200 basic operations that Trixie can perform. Instructions, these operations are called. Inside the machine, these instructions exist, of course, in the form of electrical charges. No single instruction in Trixie's set was equivalent to the that became a series of several discrete instructions. Not many years before, in most computers, that once it had been translated into its constituent assembly language instructions, would have been fed right into the actual circuits. A computer in which the stairway ends there, at the level of assembly language, is said to be hardwired. It has circuits especially designed to perform each basic operation in the machine's instruction set. But by the 70s, again, in most computers, assembly language no longer went directly to the circuits, but was itself translated into another language, called microcode. For each assembly language instruction there exists a microprogram, and most microprograms consist of several micro-instructions. Each of Trixie's micro-instructions, in turn, consists of 75 bits. Seen written on a page, a micro-instruction is a string of zeros and ones. These correspond directly, of course, to strings of high and low voltages stored in a special place inside the computer, a microstorage compartment. Each string of 75 bits is divided into portions, and each portion is destined for some part or parts of the machine's circuitry. The 75 bits of each micro-instruction are the actual signals that will make the gates in the circuits open and close in just the right patterns. So MI became a linked list of, let's say, 10 assembly language instructions, each of which became a microprogram, each of which consisted, on the average, of 3 micro-instructions, each of which consisted of 75 bits. The simple was now platoons of signals, which were sent out one after the other, causing Trixie's circuits to take the two numbers I had provided for division, to translate these numbers into electrical code, to determine which was to be divided by which, to run the now encoded numbers through the arithmetic and logic unit in such a way as to divide them, a labyrinthine passage itself, and to put the answer somewhere for the next step in my program. Actually, far more microsteps than that occurred. Indeed, the physical machine responds only to microcode. It was microcode, at bottom, that caused Trixie to translate MI into microcode. In this sense, the computer chases its tail. Since I'd asked for it, the result of this one operation in my little program, the quotient of my division, returned through another complex process, at the end of which it appeared on the screen of Alsing's cathode ray tube in the form of a decimal number. The entire journey, from the moment when I ordered that the program run, to the time when the answer to the division appeared, occurred in an imperceptible moment, no more noticeable than the time it takes for a light to go on after its switch is thrown. But the speed seemed less impressive than the sheer volume of action that had occurred. I had this small revelation: division was, after all, the name of something intricate. Some modern computers, most notably the machines of Seymour Cray, remain hardwired. They respond directly to the electrical equivalent of assembly language. Microcode just makes the language more specific. Microcode is, in this sense, like early Old English, in which there was no word for fighting and a poet who wished to convey the idea of battle had to describe one. The chief advantage of microcode is flexibility, which accrues mainly to the builder of computers. If, for instance, unforeseen defects crop up after a machine has gone to market, and this almost always happens, the manufacturer can often repair them without changing printed circuit boards. Often the microcode can be altered instead, at considerably smaller cost. Eagle would be designed to make such changes especially cheap and painless. The code would exist on a so-called floppy disk, like a 45 RPM record, not in unalterable ROMs inside the machine. Each morning, when starting up the computer, the operator would play the disk into the circuits of Eagle's microstorage compartment. If the code had to be changed, the engineers could merely change the floppy disk and send a new copy to customers. Writing microcode, however, is no simple task. The code is by definition intricate. To make the machine execute just one of its 200 or 300 basic instructions, the coder usually has to plan the passage of hundreds of signals through hundreds of gates. Limited storage space forces the coder to economize, to make one microinstruction accomplish more than one task, for example. At the same time, though, the coder must take care that one microinstruction does not foul up the performance of another. Alsing had written fat volumes of microcode, in an extremely quirky way. The Eclipse was to be Data General's first microcoded machine. Alsing signed up for the job. There was signing up in those days, too, and then he procrastinated. Month after month, his boss would ask him how the code was coming along and he would say, "Fine. A few problems, but pretty well." In fact, though, he had not yet written a single line of code. Finally, he could sense that his boss and some of his colleagues were growing angry. Failure had become an almost palpable object, a pair of headlights coming toward him down the wrong side of a road. Scared, he packed up the necessary circuit diagrams, specs and manuals and went to the Boston Public Library. The Eclipse contained 195 assembly language instructions, which in the end Alsing encoded in some 390 micro-instructions, many of which performed multiple duties. He said he wrote most of those micro-instructions in 2 weeks at the library. Perhaps it really took him less. West believed that Alsing did it all in 2 days and nights. Without question he did, West insisted. It was always this way with Alsing. The summer before the Eagle project began, he was assigned to write the code for a new Eclipse. As usual, he stalled, and when he felt that he was about to get in trouble, he went home with an armful of books. He lived about 15 miles from Data General, in a new ranch house. "My microporch," he said, showing me into a small screened porch. We looked out on a nearby grove of white pines and smelled the needles on the floor of the woods. The room contained a bright green outdoor carpet, an electric grill for barbecues, some uncomfortable-looking wrought iron chairs and a table with a glass top. That summer, he had asked his wife to keep his 3 sons away from there for a while, had deposited his manuals on the tabletop, and had started to think. Again, he did the entire job in a rush, and finished in about 2 weeks. A quick hit, he said. Much of the engineering of computers takes place in silence, while engineers pace in hallways or sit alone and gaze at blank pages. Alsing favored the porch and staring out at trees. When writing code, he said, he often felt that he was playing an intense game of chess with a worthy opponent. He went on, writing microcode is like nothing else in my life. For days there's nothing coming out. The empty yellow pad sits there in front of me, reminding me of my inadequacy. Finally, it starts to come. I feel good. That feeds it, and finally I get into a mental state where I'm a microcode writing machine. It's like being in adventure. Adventure's a completely bogus world, but when you're there, you're there. You have to understand the problem thoroughly and you have to have thought of all the myriad ways in which you can put your microverbs together. You have 100 L-shaped blocks to build a building. You take all the pieces, put them together, pull them apart, put them together. After a while, you're like a kid on a jungle gym. There are all these constructs in your mind and you can swing from one to the other with ease. I've done this in short intervals for a short period each year. There's low intensity before it and a letdown at the end. There's a big section where you come down off it, and sometimes you do it awkwardly and feel a little strange, wobbly and tired, and you want to say to your friends, hey, I'm back. If simplicity is elegance, then Alsing's code for the Eclipse was a kludge. It was full of tricks and subtleties, but for a purpose, he had at his disposal a severely limited storage space. And his concoction worked well, in the end. It takes no imagination to see, however, that for someone trying to manage the invention of a computer, Alsing's style could provoke nightmares. Afterward, when the first Eclipse was sent to market, Alsing felt proud. I did a damn good job, he told himself. He received what he still felt was a touch of glory. He was asked to attend the conference at which the company's salesmen were briefed about the new machine. Grinning, Alsing remembered one of the executives saying to the salesman, "Okay, here's your brochures. You can jack off to them on the plane home." Alsing was asked to say a few words. The salesman applauded. That was pretty rich stuff to me, coming out of the cellar and receiving all that fame and attention. But his habit of putting off the creation of his code until all was almost lost probably did hurt him. During his months of procrastination, he wondered why he couldn't get down to work and came to believe that he was simply lazy, and he guessed that he let it show in little ways, an averting of the eyes, a slump in the shoulders. And partly because of that, perhaps, and certainly because of the anxiety he created, he did not receive a substantial gift of stock for his work on the Eclipse, although some other engineers got tidy rewards. One time West happened to mention Alsing's name to an executive upstairs, and the executive said, "You know, it's funny, but when you think about it, Alsing's written just about every line of microcode that's come out of Data General." Alsing did make himself easy to overlook. By his own account, he deliberately obscured himself in West's shadow. He went to work for West, he said, after West took over the Eclipse Group, largely because he felt that it would be safer to stand on West's side than not. West, almost overnight, had become formidable. For Alsing, West represented a buffer and a shield. He had some other reasons, though, for signing up to help West on the Eagle project. kludge made Alsing imagine a wheel built out of bricks, with wooden wedges in between them. Such a thing might work, but no sane engineer would be proud to have designed it. Alsing tended to agree with those who maintained that Eagle must, by definition, be something of a kludge. He did believe it when West said that Eagle could put a lot of money on Data General's bottom line, but past experience made Alsing doubt that he would ever see any of the loot. He even thought sometimes that if he went on helping to pound out 16-bit eclipses and never worked on another big new machine, he would be a little bored but probably content. Nevertheless, Alsing stood with West from the start of Eagle, and he never asked for coaxing. West's not a technical genius. He's perfect for making it all work. He's gotta move forward. He doesn't put off the tough problem, the way I do. He's fearless, he's a great politician, he's arbitrary, sometimes he's ruthless. Alsing laced his hands together so that his knuckles made an arch, on which he rested his chin. Why was West so obsessed about this machine? How would it all end? Sometimes, Alsing said, he felt he had joined up mainly to find out. He went on, I screamed and hollered over NAND gates and micro-instructions with the first eclipse, but I'm too old to feel that way about computers now. This would be crashingly dull if I was doing it for someone else. West is interesting. He's the main reason why I do what I do. Looking around the basement, some of the team's brand new engineers would sometimes wonder what would happen to them when they turned 30. Being young, they could make light of the question, and say, as one did, when a computer engineer gets old, he gets turned out to pasture or else made into dog food. Data General was a young company, and so its engineers tended to be young. There really was such a thing in the world as a practicing middle-aged computer engineer. It did appear, however, management handbooks say so, that many engineers experience a change of life when they reach the age of 30 or so. Among engineers generally, the most common form of ambition, the one made most socially acceptable, has been the desire to become a manager. If you don't become one by a certain age, then in the eyes of many of your peers you become a failure. Among computer engineers, I think, the wish to manage must be a virtual instinct. The industry's short product cycles lend to many projects an atmosphere of crisis, so that computer engineering, which is arduous enough in itself, often becomes intense. The hours are long. Emotions get taxed. Moreover, the technology of computers changes constantly. Every year it's a struggle to keep up with the youngsters fresh out of school. What another of West's old hands called a long-term tiredness can easily creep over computer engineers in their 30s. From the start of Eagle, Alsing disengaged himself from much of the technical work on the machine. He was running the microteam, but from a little distance. Eagle would contain more code than any Data General machine before it, as much code as Alsing had written in his entire career. Alsing could not write all of it, even if there were time. He simply could not generate the excitement he used to feel about gates and bits. Moreover, he believed that since he could not write all of the code, then he couldn't write any of it. These new kids, he saw, approached the job in a way he never had. They worked steadily, day after day, night after night. That was fortunate, for the sake of the team. Alsing admired their discipline. He believed that it exceeded his by far. So he left the writing of the code to half a dozen new recruits, and most of the supervision of their work to submanagers. Sometimes Alsing worried about his detachment. Although I sometimes say I don't care too much this time around, if I were to lose this, if I were to be fired or transferred to another project more mundane, I would be, very unhappy. Maybe I'm starting to take this place for granted, he said once. For a time, when he was still in college, Alsing had wanted to become a psychologist. He adopted that sort of role now. Although he did keep track of his team's technical progress, he acted most visibly as the social director of the microteam, and often of the entire Eclipse group. Fairly early in the project, Chuck Holland had complained, "Alsing's hard to be a manager for, because he goes around you a lot and tells your people to do something else." But Holland also conceded, "The good thing about him is that you can go and talk to him. He's more of a regular guy than most managers." Alsing created the microteam. He chose its members and he gave them their first training, with some help from Rosemary Seal. Nowadays it takes a computer to build a new computer, especially when it comes to writing microcode for one. Alsing figured that before the microkids did anything else, they must learn how to manipulate Trixie. He didn't want simply to give them a stack of manuals and say, "Figure it out." So he made up a game. As the microkids arrived, in ones and twos, during the summer of 1978, he told each of them to figure how to write a certain kind of program in Trixie's assembly language. This program must fetch and print out the contents of a certain file, stored inside the computer. So they learned the way around the system and they were very pleased, said Alsing. But when they came to the file finally, they found that access to it was denied them. The file in question lay open only to people endowed with what were called superuser privileges. Alsing had expected the recruits to learn how to find this file and, in the process, to master the system. He was equally interested in seeing what they would do when they found they couldn't get the file. One after the other, they came to him and said, "I almost have it." "Okay," said Alsing, "but you don't have it." In the end, most microkids went to Rosemary. Alsing had conferred with her beforehand. She was to help the microkids find the file, if they asked. They learned something, Alsing felt. If a person knows how to get the right secretary, he can get everything. It was a resourceful solution, one of the solutions I hoped they'd find. This first game led to others. Not long after the recruits arrived, the tube wars began. As a rule, it was the kids against Alsing. In one commonly used gambit, a microkid would sit down at a terminal and order Trixie to open up Alsing's files. The microkid would then move the files to a new location. Returning from coffee or lunch, Alsing would find his files gone. He'd hear tittering from the cubicles nearby. And he would know he'd been tube warred. "What did you do to me?" he'd cry. "Find out, stupid," a voice would answer. The microkids weren't the only ones playing games with the computers in the basement. A young woman worked for Rosemary. She was unmarried and, by general consensus, good-looking. Every day for a couple of weeks during the Eagle project, she was assaulted at her desk. She would be doing her electronic paperwork when suddenly everything would go haywire, all her labor would be spoiled, and on the screen of her cathode ray tube would appear cold, lascivious suggestions. Whoever was doing it, said West, had the mentality of an assassin. West put Alsing on the case. Alsing had some members of the team lay traps inside the computer system, traps designed to leave a trail back to the masher's terminal. But the masher spotted all of these. One time he made his escape by bringing to an abrupt halt the entire system on which most of the engineering departments relied. He had to be stopped, and eventually Alsing found a strong suspect, a young man outside the group. Alsing had a casual chat with him about all the marvelous tricks that could be played with the in-house computing system. Afterward, the obscene messages ceased. Wholesomeness, in this regard, returned to the basement. Indeed, said one young engineer, the place seemed antiseptic. The Mashers game had been especially nasty and unfair, Alsing pointed out, because the victim could not fight back. But tube wars pitted worthy adversaries against each other. The jousting did no harm, and, on the contrary, released tension. One day Alsing came back from lunch and went to work at his terminal. Everything looked right, all his files seemed to be in place, until he tried to do something with them. Then, to his surprise, he found that all of them were vacant. It was like opening a filing cabinet and finding all the folders empty. They were dummy files. It took me an hour to find the real ones. So now I can never be sure, when I log on the system, that what I see is real. Alsing struck back. He created an encrypted file and tantalized the team. There's erotic writing in there, and if you can find it, you can read it. They tried, and ultimately all gave up, including Bob Beauchamp. Alsing taunted Beauchamp, though. So Beauchamp tried again. This time he wrote a program that broke Alsing's encryption system. He beat me, Alsing said. But I think he was too much of a gentleman to read what was inside. Alsing double encrypted the secrets in his files after that, and for many months he assumed they were safe. Beauchamp abandoned his first approach, feeling that it was a little crude. Now he made a slight revision in Trixie's operating system. In essence, he instructed the machine that whenever Alsing encrypted a message, the operating system should send to Beauchamp's files an unencrypted copy. This was the ultimate victory in tube wars, not least of all because Alsing never learned what Beauchamp had done to him until Beauchamp himself spilled the beans. Tube wars died out slowly. At their height, whenever I visited Alsing, I'd take a look at the screen of his cathode ray tube and almost always see something peculiar written on it, some message or picture sent to him by a young engineer at play. I'd come into Alsing's cubicle and there on the screen would be a picture of a fist with the middle finger extended, or there'd be a little story on his screen, Sex Life of an Electrician, Part 3, fully excited milli-amp mumbled Ohm. Alsing arranged several sorts of social gatherings, among them a weekly meeting of the microteam held around a table in a barren little conference room that contained one tiny window. I went to a couple of these convocations. Alsing would call the assembly to order, read a few announcements, and then submit to teasing. I read about someone who did a study of his company and discovered that he was the least important employee. So he quit, Alsing said. So long, Carl, cried one of the microkids. There was a lot of talk about Alsing's idea that they should hand out Honorable Member of the Microcode Group awards. I think we ought to give one to West, said one of the team. So that when we get pissed off at him, we can take it back. No, said another, because now he'll be a member of the microteam. He can solve his own problems. They did do some business, using the beautiful and, to me, inscrutable language of the microelectronic era, hexaddresses, default radix, floating point mantises, swap bytes, sys log, sim dot, scratch pad. The scratch pad doesn't come alive on CPD until 1.16, said one. That means all the stack tests go away, cried another. That's right. There was laughter all around the table. When it died away, a microkid said, "Look, we can speed up Eagle's stack stuff by putting in a scratch pad." Can we, asked another, also plant a little bomb in the thing? Alsing sat with his hands folded, smiling subtly. He looked like a big contented cat. No one actually called an end to the meeting. It simply petered out in laughter. And yet there was bad feeling among some of them, much of it directed toward Alsing, and even then, petty intrigue was in progress. Some of the team would eventually describe the weekly micromeetings as Alsing's weekly no-op being the name of an assembly language instruction that accomplishes nothing. For a long time, however, almost all of the recruits enjoyed these meetings, the tube wars and other entertainments that Alsing arranged. He made a point of sharing lunchtime with some of them several days a week. And they appreciated Alsing's friendliness, they could always talk to him. Alsing believed that the team's managers, in handling the new recruits, really were practicing what was called the mushroom theory of management. It was an old expression, used in many other corners of corporate America. The Eclipse Group's managers defined it as follows: put 'em in the dark, feed 'em shit, and watch 'em grow. It was a joke with substance, Alsing felt, and he believed that their mushroom management needed an occasional antidote. Alsing in effect had signed up to provide the kids with some relief from their toil. West warned him several times, if you get too close to the people who work for you, Alsing, you're gonna get burned. But West didn't interfere, and he soon stopped issuing warnings. One evening, while alone with West in West's office, Alsing said, "Tom, the kids think you're an ogre. You don't even say hello to them." West smiled and replied, "You're doing fine, Alsing." Six Flying Upside Down West often said that they were playing a game, called Getting a Machine Out the Door of Data General with their names on it. What were the rules? There's a thing you learn at Data General, if you work here for any period of time, said West's lieutenant of hardware, Ed Risala. That nothing ever happens unless you push it. To at least some people upstairs, this condition took the name competition for resources. As a strategy of management, it has a long lineage. Throw down a challenge, writes Dale Carnegie in that venerable Bible of stratagems dressed up as homilies, How to Win Friends and Influence People. In a sense, the competition between Eagle and North Carolina was institutionalized, each project lay in the domain of a different vice president. But that may have been accidental. West's boss, who was the vice president of engineering, Carl Carmen, remarked that he had worked at IBM and that compared to competition among divisions there, rivalry among engineering teams at Data General resembled Sunday school. Moreover, Carmen said, in a company with a mature product line like Data General's, situations naturally occur in which not enough large new computers are needed for every team of computer builders to put one of its own out the door. And yeah, Carmen continued, the competition is fostered. He said that De Castro liked to see a little competition stirred up among teams. Let them compete with their ideas for new products, and bad ideas, as well as the negative points of good ones, are likely to get identified inside the company and not out in the marketplace. That was the general strategy, Carmen said. What it now meant downstairs, to the Eclipse Group, was that they not only had to invent their new computer but also had to struggle for the resources to build it. Resources meant, among other things, the active cooperation of such so-called support groups as software. You had to persuade such groups that your idea had merit and would get out the door, or else you wouldn't get much help, and then your machine almost certainly wouldn't get out the door. Here's how it looked to West. The company could not afford to field two new big computers. Data General had made a large investment in North Carolina as a place where major computers would be built, and although the Eclipse Group's engineers had good technical reputations, North Carolina's had better ones. The game was fixed for North Carolina and all the support groups knew it. So West started out by calling Eagle Insurance. It would be there in case something went wrong down south. Thus he avoided an open fight, and thus he could argue that the support groups should hedge their bets and put at least a little effort into this project, too. As for North Carolina's superior reputation, West never stopped suggesting to people around Westboro that their talents had been slighted. His message was, "Let's show 'em what we can do." "West takes lemons and makes lemonade," observed Alsing. From the first rule, that you must compete for resources, it followed that if your group was vying with another for the right to get a new machine out the door, then you had to promise to finish yours sooner, or at least just as soon as the other team promised. West had said that the Eclipse group would do Ego in a year. North Carolina had said, okay, they'd finish their machine in a year. In turn, West had said that Eagle would come to life in a year. West said he felt he had to pursue "what's the earliest date by which you can't prove you won't be finished" scheduling in this case. "We have to do it in a year to have any chance." But you felt obliged to set such a schedule anyway, in order to demonstrate to the ultimate boss's strong determination. Promising to achieve a nearly impossible schedule was a way of signing up, the subject of the third rule, as I saw it. Signing up required, of course, that you fervently desired the right to build your machine and that you do whatever was necessary for success, including putting in lots of overtime, for no extra pay. The fourth rule seemed to say that if the team succeeded, those who had signed up would get a reward. No one in the group felt certain that stock options were promised in case of success. "But it sure as hell was suggested," said one of the microkids. All members of the team insisted that with or without the lure of gold, they would have worked hard. But for a while, at least, the implied promise did boost spirits, which were generally high anyway. I think that those were the rules that they were playing by, and when I recited them to some of the team's managers, they seemed to think so, too. But Alsing said there was probably another rule that stated, one never explicitly plays by these rules. And West remarked that there was no telling which rules might be real, because only De Castro made the rules that counted, and De Castro was once quoted as saying, "Well, I guess the only good strategy is one that no one else understands." They lived in a land of mists and mirrors. Mushroom management seemed to be practiced at all levels in their team. Or perhaps it was a version of Steve Wallach's ring protection system made flesh. West feeling uncertain about the team's real status upstairs, West's own managers were never completely aware of all that their boss was up to, and the brand new engineers kept almost completely ignorant of the real stakes, the politics, the intentions that lay behind what they were doing. But they proceeded headlong. Wallach's architectural specification was coming along nicely now. The attempt to turn those ideas into silicon and wire and microcode had begun. Now they had to create a complete design and do it in a hurry. Carmen made it policy that members of the team could come and go more or less as they pleased. These were confident, aggressive young engineers, racehorses, West liked to say, and they were about to be put under extreme pressure. Carmen hoped that by allowing them to stomp out of the basement at any time without fear of reprisal, he would be providing an adequate escape valve. At last, by the fall of 1978, the preliminaries were complete. The kids had been hired, the general sign-up had been performed, the promises suggested, and the escape valve established. Then West turned up the steam. "You're a microkid, like John Blau. You arrived that summer and now you've learned how to handle Trixie. Your immediate boss, Chuck Holland, has given you a good overall picture of the microcode to be written, and he's broken down the total job into several smaller ones and has offered you your choice. You've decided that you want to write the code for many of the arithmetic operations in Eagle's instruction set. You always liked math and feel that this will help you understand it in new, insightful ways. You've started working on your piece of the puzzle. You can see that it's a big job, but you know you can do it. Right now you're doing a lot of reading, to prepare yourself. Then one day you're sitting at your desk studying Booth's algorithm, a really nifty procedure for doing multiplication, when Elsing comes by and tells you, there's a meeting. You troop into a conference room with most of the other new hirees, joking, feeling a little nervous, and there waiting for you are the brass, the vice president of engineering, another lower level but important executive, and West, sitting in a corner chewing on a toothpick. The speeches are brief. Listening intently, you hear all about the history of 32-bit superminis. These have been around a while, but sales are really picking up. DEC's starting to turn out VAXs like jelly beans, and the word is DEC'll probably introduce a new model of VAX in about 9 months. No one's saying it's your fault, but Eagle's late, very late. It really must be designed and brought to life and be ready to go by April. Really? In just 6 months. That won't be easy, but the brass think you can do it. That's why you were hired, you're the cream of a very fine crop. Everything depends on you now, they say. You feel good about yourself and what you're doing when you leave that meeting. You go right back to your desk, of course, and pick up Booth's algorithm. In a little while, though, you feel you need a break. You look around for another microkid to share coffee with you. But everyone is working, assiduously, peering into manuals and cathode ray tubes. You go back to your reading. Then suddenly, you feel it, like a little trickle of sweat down your back. I've gotta hurry, you say to yourself. I've gotta get this reading done and write my code. This is just one little detail. There's 100 of these. I better get this little piece of code done today. Practically the next time you look up, it's midnight, but you've done what you set out to do. You leave the basement thinking, this is life. Accomplishment. Challenges. I'm in control of a crucial part of this big machine. You look back from your car at the blank, brick, monolithic back of Building 14A-B and say to yourself, what a great place to work. Tomorrow you'll have to get to work on an instruction called FFAS. That shouldn't be too hard. When you wake up the next morning, however, FFAS is upon you. Oh my God, FFAS. They need that code next week. I better hurry. The pressure, said Blau. I felt it from inside of me. In another cubicle, around this time, Dave Epstein of the Hardy Boys is dreaming up the circuits of a thing called the microsequencer. Nothing else will work without this piece of hardware. Some weeks ago, Ed Risala asked Epstein, how long will it take you? Epstein replied, about 2 months. 2 months? Risala said. Oh, come on. So Epstein told him, okay, 6 weeks. Epstein felt as if he were writing his own death warrant. 6 weeks didn't look like enough time, so he's been staying here half the night working on the thing, and it's gone faster than he thought it would. This has made him so happy that just a moment ago he went down the hall and told Risala, hey, Ed, I think I'm gonna do it in 4 weeks. Oh, good, Risala said. Now, back in his cubicle, Epstein has just realized, I just signed up to do it in 4 weeks. Better hurry, Dave. I don't know if I'm complaining, though, says Epstein. I don't think I am. I work well under pressure. Indeed, Epstein will finish on schedule and his design will turn out to be almost errorless. But not everyone works well under such conditions. Not everyone thinks it is worth it. A couple of engineers have already dropped out. A few are less than happy. One hardy boy, Josh Rosen, looks around and can hardly believe what he sees. For example, microkids and hardy boys are arguing. A microkid wants the hardware to perform a certain function. A hardy boy tells him, no way, I already did my design for microcode to do that. They make a deal, I'll encode this for you, if you'll do this other function in hardware. All right. What a way to design a computer. There's no grand design, thinks Rosen. People are just reaching out in the dark, touching hands. Rosen is having some problems with his own piece of the design. He knows he can solve them, if he's just given the time. But the managers keep saying, there's no time. Okay. Sure. It's a rush job. But this is ridiculous. No one seems to be in control, nothing's ever explained. Foul up, however, and the managers come at you from all sides. The whole management structure, said Rosen. Anyone in Harvard Business School would have barfed. In relatively serene times, some years before Eagle, West and his wife had made friends with an electrician who lived in their town. The man's name was Bernie. He owned a small airplane. Since West's farmhouse and barns lay under one line of approach to the little local airport, Bernie often flew over. When he did, he would waggle his wings, he might do a quick roll, sometimes he'd climb halfway out of his window and wave down at the Wests. Bernie likes to fly upside down, West remarked, and he and his wife shook their heads and laughed. Alsing often heard West talk about flying upside down. It seemed to mean taking large risks, and the ways in which West used the phrase left Alsing in no doubt that flying upside down was supposed to be a desirable activity, the very stuff of a vigorous life. Ed Risala allowed that West made life in their corner of the basement more dramatic, definitely more dramatic, than it usually had to be. But neither Risala nor Alsing nor Wallach balked when West said that they had to fly upside down now. Over this project loomed the memory of ego. No one wants to see hard work come to nothing, and ego was generally accounted a disaster. But it had lasted just a few months and had involved only a few engineers. About 30 were working on Eagle now. That the project might be tossed on the scrap heap somewhere along the way, after months of 30 souls' passionate labor, was unthinkable. But it could certainly happen, they thought. West had felt that he had to promise to do Eagle in something like a year in order to get the chance to do it. Now he chose to believe that to get it out the door, they really had to come close to meeting that absurd schedule. At the same time, they had to do it right in the commercial sense. The whole project was risky, from the start. In service of the big risk, West undertook on the team's behalf many smaller ones. "We're always assuming that things'll break right for us," observed Alsing. West was assuming, for instance, that the software resources would be there when they were needed. They were all assuming that youngsters fresh from college could build a major new computer, though none of the recruits had built anything like this before. Looking for a technical advantage, West gambled that the coming thing in chips was a type of circuit known as a PAL. The manufacture of integrated circuits is a fairly risky business. It is said that factories can suddenly become inoperative for no apparent reason, though a small infusion of dust is a common suspect. So the conventional wisdom holds that in making a new computer, you never plan on using any sort of brand new chip unless at least two companies are making it. At that moment, only one fairly small company was making PALs. But if PALs really were the coming thing, it would be a win to use them. West decided to do so. West figured that the Eclipse Group had to show quick and constant progress in order to get the various arms of the company increasingly interested in helping out. For public relations, and maybe in order to keep the pressure on his crew, he made extravagant claims. He always pushed them one step ahead of themselves. Before Wallach finished specifying the architecture, West had the team designing the boards that would implement the architecture. Before the engineers cleaned up their designs, West was ordering wire-wrapped, prototype boards. Before the wire wraps could possibly be made right, he was arranging for the making of printed circuit boards, and long before anyone could know whether Eagle would become a functioning computer, West had the designers stand in front of a TV camera and describe their parts of the machine. The result of this last act of hubris was a videotaped extravaganza some 20 hours long. West planned to use it, when the right time came, if it ever did, as a tool for spreading the news of Eagle all around Westboro. "Pretty gutsy," he said, with a grin, nodding toward the shelfful of videocassettes. One evening West paused to say to me, "I'm flat out by definition. I'm a mess. It's terrible." A pause. "It's a lot of fun." West established the rules for the design of Eagle and he made them stick. The team should use as little silicon as possible, a mere few $1,000s worth of chips. The CPU should fit on far fewer than VAX's 27 boards, and each major element of the CPU should fit on a single board. If they could fulfill those requirements, Eagle would be cheaper to build than VAX. On the other hand, it had better run faster than VAX, by certain widely accepted standards. It should be capable of handling a host of terminals. A CPU is not a functioning computer system. Eagle also had to be compatible with existing lines of data general peripherals as well as with Eclipse software.